Let's testify, man.
Oh God, you've done so much for me. I'm grateful and overwhelmed here at your feet. And I could stay here forever, Lord, but you call me to something more. And I hear you say that you have a plan to use every broken woman and man to display just how good you are. We are your living pieces of art. What good does it do to hide away when all of my scars are a picture of grace? All right. So I will testify of the power of God. Tell the world of the hope I have found. For my body was broken, my heart was made whole, and that's too good to keep to myself. So I will testify of the power of God. Oh, do you believe it? Has He done it for anyone else? I said, has He done it for anyone else? Cause the God that I serve, He's always at work. Has He done it for anyone else? So come on and testify of the power of God. Come on and tell the world of the hope we have found. For our body was broken, our hearts were made whole, and that's too good to keep to yourself. Come on and testify of the power of God. This is my story, this is my song, praising my Savior all the day long. I'm gonna testify. Somebody testify your voice. This is my. So I'm gonna testify. Somebody testify. Come on, take it out. Jesus, my champion, the victor of grace, the only one worthy of all of my praise. Yeah. So come on and testify. Oh, somebody lift Him high. Come on, testify of the power of God. I will tell the world of the hope I have found. Oh, for my body was broken, my heart was made whole, and that's too good to keep to myself. So I will testify of the power of God. Sing that. Oh, my body was broken, my heart was made whole, and that's too good to keep to myself. So I will testify of the power of God. Oh, let's do that right now, Murfreesboro.
And good morning, everybody. Hope you are doing well today. I am, well, I'm here, so, which is better than the alternative, I suppose. So welcome to everybody who is here. Bradley, Mercer, Stan, and Outlaw Bill. Good to see you all. For anybody who is lurking or anybody that joins us later, welcome as well. So obviously, the title of today's live stream, I put that it's frustrating to me that when you look at there's this, what I think is probably the most important debate of modern history, that is theism versus atheism, and yet there is not any real arguments for atheism. There are simply arguments trying to poke holes at various specific theistic beliefs. However, that's not an argument against theism. That's simply an argument against, say, Christianity or Islam or something. And even if you could disprove the Bible, then that would not, in any way, shape, or form, be an argument against theism as a whole. It would only be an argument against specifically biblical beliefs. And now I do want to address something that Mercer said right off the bat, which is a very common argument from atheists, which is simply atheism isn't an argument. Now, it might not be put quite that way, but sometimes atheists will simply say that since their position is a lack of belief or something, that they have no burden of proof. The burden of proof argument comes up a lot, or that atheism is simply the default position, and so you would have to be convinced otherwise. And I would say this: so first of all, is atheism the default position? I would argue no, it is not. The default position would be true agnosticism, which is that you would not have an opinion one way or the other as far as the existence of God. Atheism is the position that God or gods do not exist. Now, I know atheists have been trying for the last 30 or 40 years to redefine atheism by subtly changing it from the belief that God or gods do not exist to a lack of belief in God or gods. Now, what they're basically doing is trying to make a difference without a distinction, or a distinction without a difference, I'm sorry. Either way, because the simple fact is that if you do not believe in the existence of gods, then you don't believe in the existence of gods. And that's perfectly okay. That's fine to hold that position. What's not okay, and I think intellectually dishonest, is to suggest that somehow you are superior to others in that you have no need to justify your position while everybody else does need to justify theirs. Now, I'm not saying you do this, Mercer, but there are many atheists that do. Now, going back to what your root here, atheism isn't an argument. Well, true, but then neither is theism. Christianity is not an argument. Nihilism is not an argument. None of these are arguments. They're simply positions that one would take. An argument is something you would give to support your position. So, if you, for example, are a Catholic, and you are debating with, say, a Methodist, and you want to say that you believe that the Catholic Church is the one true church, and the Methodist says, no, no, the Methodist Church is the one true church. Well, those are both positions, those are not arguments. However, then the Catholic could then try to assert things like that the Catholic Church was the original church or something like that, that all other churches broke off from that, etc. And and that is an argument in support of the Catholic Church, as opposed to it, just holding the position is not an argument, Mercer. So on that, I would agree with you. Atheism isn't an argument, but that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be arguments for atheism. Now, let me see here. You might have to sync up with that Braveheart commentary next time I watch. Man, I haven't watched Braveheart in years. I need to watch that again. Back in the lazy, yeah. The reason the lazy boy is back. It was in the other room, and obviously I moved it in here because the other chair honestly was falling apart, and so the arm literally fell off the side of the chair, and there was a piece under the seat, like a metal support, that was actually poking up from under the seat. It was very uncomfortable. So I switched chairs out of necessity because the other chair, while I actually prefer the other chair, it was just not as well built as a Lazy Boy. It was an off-brand chair, and I did like it for what it was, but you know, had to give it up. Back acting up again. The back has been acting up, but no more than usual. Robert says shalom, 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 Robert. Stan's also saying shalom to Robert. Schwario saying hi. All right, so the problem of evil. So I read the comment that I still think the problem of evil is the closest thing for an argument for atheism. I do, however, see the merit in it. Though it fails, it brings to light concern for the suffering. So I will say that, obviously the problem of evil is one of the oldest arguments against Christian theology that there is. I think the problem of evil has probably been around about as long as the church has been around. Namely, the idea that, you know, if God loves us, if God is good, and if God doesn't like evil in the world, then why is there evil in the world, right? Could God have created a world with no evil? And the answer is yes. And in fact, he technically did. But I mean, because if you and for those of you that weren't here when we went through Genesis in the live streams, it was actually kind of interesting. If you look at the period of time during the before the fall of man, God created a world without evil. God created a world without sin, without rebellion. But he gave man something that was honestly the single greatest gift he could have given us. And yet it's also been the single greatest problem for us, and that is free will. And free will is the ultimate defeater of the problem of evil. I mean, there's a million arguments about the problem of evil, but I think free will is the ultimate defeater of the problem of evil, because it's not that God couldn't or wouldn't create a world without evil. He did. But if, in fact, he gives us free will, which he wanted to do because, I like, okay, so I think about John Lennox made a very interesting argument about this. Imagine if, you have a robot wife, and when you come home from work, your robot wife is sitting there and she has a button that you can press, and the button says kiss, and then she'll kiss you. And then there's another button that says cook, and she'll cook your dinner. And another button that says, watch TV or whatever. So basically, she'll do absolutely anything you want at your beck and call all the time. And guess what? It'd be boring as all heck, right? Why? Because she has no free will, because she is not choosing to do these loving things for you. She's doing it because she is programmed by you to do it. That's no fun. And so, but if you give her free will, then that means she has the option to not love you. By giving Adam and Eve free will, he gave them the ability to disobey. And by disobeying, they brought sin into the world. And by the way, good to see Lore Reloaded is in the house. Says, I just made a 50-plus video on why the Borg never took Earth. God exists and hates me specifically. Well, okay, I'll agree with you on that. Yeah, God exists and does hate you. No, that's not true. If God hated you so much, you wouldn't have such a blessed life. But you say a 50 plus video, I mean, you mean 50 videos in a series, or do you mean a 50-minute video on why the Borg never took Earth? Which I'm sure is full of problems that I will have to look into when I can. I really do want to get back to making Trek videos. Man, I miss that. I just don't have the time right now. Let's see. Why does God let good people suffer? So, yeah, back to the problem of evil. So, yeah, if the reason good people can suffer is because we live in a world in which, and this is where Calvinists tend to have a problem. Calvinists don't tend to believe in free will. And so the problem of evil becomes a real problem for a Calvinist. If you don't believe in free will, if you don't believe that man has the capability of choosing sin versus righteousness, then why does sin exist? You know, that doesn't make any sense. But as far as God, and this is something that a lot of people really have a tough time wrapping their heads around. Does God let good people suffer? In a sense, yes, because God could technically intervene and stop it. But if you read the earliest chapters of the Bible carefully, it's very, very clear. God does, because the reason that Calvinism is what it is because they couldn't reconcile the idea of true free will and true the idea of man being able to choose his own destiny, so to speak, with the idea that God is absolutely sovereign, that God is all powerful. However, if you read the opening chapters of Genesis, I think it becomes very clear. God is absolutely sovereign over the universe, but then God gave man sovereignty over the earth. That this is our realm, that this is, ours to do with as we please. And so, as such, God is simply fulfilling his promise by allowing people to suffer. That sucks if you're the one suffering. But at the same time, if you say, okay, this is yours, do with it as you please, and then they ruin it, how do you blame the person that gave it to them? Do you know what I'm saying? Let's see. And then Outlaw Bill posted a Braveheart commentary track you can listen to along. Oh, okay. I did not know. You know what? That'd be kind of fun. I might have to do something like that sometime with some of my favorite movies. And children and animals, etc. Yeah, that's all. It's all about the fact that the world is man's domain and man has not taken. Because the funny thing about it is that we look at everything that in the world that we think of as bad. And the honest truth is that if we wanted to, as a species, if humanity actually wanted to focus its efforts on making the world a better place, all the things that we complain about, well, almost all the things that we complain about, could be easily eradicated. Major disease, when we put our mind to it, we can get rid of. Whether we're talking about, and the thing is, you know why we don't cure diseases in animals? Because we don't care to, right? Because it's more important to us to cure diseases in people. So we're not too much worried about curing various diseases that affect, wild animals because there are people getting sick. However, we don't even focus that much attention on getting people fixed because we're more interested in political power or ideological differences or warring tribalism and all that stuff takes precedence over this. We don't have our priorities straight. So the simple truth is that the reason the earth is so effed up is because we don't care, not because God doesn't. And no, I do not. Sins of the father. There's consequences of the father. I don't think this. So it's sins of the father. The concept of sins of the father is that you're being punished for what the generations before you did. However, there's a difference between being punished for something and facing the consequences of something. Being punished for something would be like God purposefully intervening to cause suffering. So that would be God punishing you because, so say your dad was a bad person, and so God purposely put stumbling blocks in your life to screw with you. Or your dad was a bad person, so he didn't, so basically he ended up in prison. Your mom had to try to raise you by yourself, and she didn't have enough money, and you lived in squalor your whole life. Is that punishment from God, or is that a consequence of your dad's actions? See the difference? Shwaria likes the shirt. Thank you. And let's see. I like the Vegas guy in Pluribus. I still haven't seen that show. I can't understand how he's having fun when he knows everything is a charade created exclusively for his entertainment. And then Laura says it's a 50-minute video. Okay, I will definitely check it out then when I'll like listen to it while I'm driving around doing the Uber thing. Robert says, speaking of robots, was Data actually alive and sentient or just following his programming? I'm definitely with Dr. Pulaski. I think Data is a toaster. I don't believe in artificial sentience. Granted, I know that the writers of Star Trek: The Next Generation wrote it as if Data was a living thing, just like But I mean, let's be real. The writers of Star Trek: The Next Generation onward were less science fiction writers and more just TV writers. That's why they would say, "Oh, let's just tell the computer to make a super special holographic program," and it accidentally makes a sentient being with Moriarty, right? Stuff like that. And so people laugh at the fact that in Star Trek Discovery, their computer was left turned on too long, and so it became a sentient being, and how stupid that is. But honestly, in Star Trek: The Next Generation, they did things just as dumb. Honestly, Star Trek wasn't, in my opinion, real science fiction since the original series. The original series was a science fiction show. The rest of Star Trek was just, you know, earthly drama shows set in space. Starfleet Academy is coming out soon, so you can make videos about that. Fun. I'm hoping that by the time January 15th rolls around, I'll be able to scrounge up the time to do just that. Your stuff was popular. Think you could do well. Would take a while. Again, Laura, I would love to. The problem is, of course, and I agree with you. I think that if I built up if I focused on what I really wanted to do as far as the nerdy stuff, I think I could build a following. I think I could grow a channel to where it would be profitable and all that. The problem is that having the time to do that when right now I'm so desperately trying to just pay the bills. Where I basically, when I'm not live streaming or sleeping, I'm out driving Uber. And I hate doing that because it's exhausting and I shouldn't be pushing myself that hard anyway, but I have no choice. Unless somebody wants to just show up and pay all my bills off so that I could get a fresh start on things, that's just the way it's going to be for the foreseeable future. Which sucks because, hopefully school will be starting in the spring, and when that comes around, that's going to be one more thing on my plate. Let's see. And sort of Old Testament, how many fans of Dogma just came out in 4K? Really nice. And Dolby True. I am not a fan of that movie. Don't get me wrong. I'm not like, oh, blasphemy. I just not a fan. Wondering if we'll learn about all those characters in the Bible study or if it's extra stuff the Catholics made up. Talking about characters in Dogma, I'd have to know what characters you're talking about specifically. Oh, fallen angels. Then you go on. Okay, so fallen angels, demons, the 13th and Rufus, the 13th apostle. Well, obviously, Rufus, the 13th apostle, was just made up for the movie. As far as fallen angels, I mean, they are, it's not, they are mentioned, but there's not nearly, the problem is we make mountains out of molehills theologically, right? Like we put all this emphasis on things like fallen angels when in fact they're mentioned very briefly in the Bible. It's not a super important subject in the Bible, but we make it into one because dramatically it's exciting. Loki, Barthby, Azrael, Metatron, do they show up? No. The only angels named in the Bible are Gabriel and Michael. They are the only angels in the entire Bible that are given names. Everything else, when it comes to angelic stuff, is as far as names and stuff is basically extra biblical lore. So not canon, as we would say. Does the Doctor and Voyager was just a toaster too? Yes. Well, I mean, technically he wasn't a toaster. He was just a video game. You know, that I mean, honestly, he was no more a person than a character in a video game that you shoot with. When you're running around playing Call of Duty or whatever. Not even a toaster, just a projection. Yeah. Tom Paris rebuilt ship was just a toaster. Tom Paris's rebuilt ship was just a toaster. That one that drove him insane. I am not sure what you're talking about there, Bradley. Trust says good morning, and Jay and Leanne, I assume that's two people, say good morning. How you doing? Metatron is supposed to be the voice of God, since human heads would explode if they heard God's true voice. Well, that is something I would assume is just made up for the movie because in the Bible, people do hear God's voice. Not very many, but but the prophets tend hear God's voice. And in fact, a crowd of people hear God's voice at the baptism of Christ. So, yes, people hear God's voice directly in the Bible, and their heads do not explode. So, that's just something for the movie. Boy, you guys just don't want to talk about anything seriously theological, do you? So, looking at here's the biggest problem with the problem of evil, though. Trying to get back on topic here, is that as an argument against Christian theology, I think that it is, in fact, an effective argument against Calvinism. I don't think it's an effective argument against the Bible itself, because the Bible actually is already explains the existence of evil in the world quite a bit. In fact, that's a common theme throughout the Bible. But it's not an argument against theism, and it's certainly not an argument for atheism, which I know you conceded that when you first mentioned it. But and that gets back to kind of my point. There is, in my opinion, no real argument for atheism, except to try and say that, well, I don't believe your religion. And that's not an argument for atheism. That's just even if that's not even an argument against a religion, except that's a statement that you don't believe it. But if you make an argument against Christianity, that's just an argument against Christianity. If you want to make an argument for atheism, you need to show why is it more likely that God or gods do not exist as opposed to do exist. And the interesting thing is that, in my humble opinion, I think one of the greatest denials that in human history is that of modern scientists who bend over backwards to try to suggest that in any way, shape, or form, science leans towards atheism, when in fact the opposite is, overwhelmingly true, except what we do is we just ignore science. And when I say that, what I mean is the idea of science, the scientific method, is to follow the evidence wherever it may lead, right? And science is meant to be agnostic. And I know I've said this before, but agnosticism is actually a scientific term. That's where the term comes from, is science. The idea of agnosticism is that science should not assume the presence of a deity, nor should it assume that there is no deity. Instead, it simply follows whatever evidence is available. And so the what we find though is that, well, we don't want to accept the evidence as it stands, and so we try to come up with, in some cases, absolutely stupid ideas, and sometimes ideas that are just inherently self-contradictory, like when Krauss tries to argue for a universe from nothing. And honestly, if you read the book, he pretty much concedes throughout the book that everything he's arguing for doesn't work. And the problem is that, yeah, there's no conceivable way for the universe to exist without a creator. And that's something that scientists don't like to deal with. And so instead they try, well, what if there's a multiverse? And then you say, well, what did the multiverse come from? Hawking was big on the idea that virtual particles they would spontaneously come into existence and then disappear by annihilating each other. And the idea being that, well, what if the universe was a result of this? The problem is that that's completely unproven, and for particles to pop into existence and then annihilate each other still requires a couple of things, namely space and time. And the whole point of creation, if you will, the Big Bang Theory, all that stuff, is the genesis of space and time. So if space and time had a beginning, you can't use space and time in your creation of space and time. Jay and Leanna say, hope and pray you are doing well. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So does that mean that Skynet also isn't really sentient? Yes, I would posit that, yes. Now, Skynet at least, I think, has... I would say this about the idea of Skynet is that, so if you somehow programmed an AI sophisticated enough to control the defense systems of a country, and you programmed into the AI that its number one prerogative or a priority was to prevent the say self-preservation or something. And so then the computer, using its algorithm, simply calculated that the best way to preserve its own self-existence is to eliminate humanity, so that humanity couldn't shut it off, right? So it would effectively do what we see in Skynet and the Terminator films, but it doesn't mean it's a living thing. It's just an unthinking machine following its instructions. Stan asks Jay and Leanna if they're new. YouTube name change thing makes it difficult to. Yeah, I know. I hate the whole. I don't even understand why that happened with the names. It's really annoying. I've heard someone compare the immersion of a truly sentient AI to a virgin birth. Well, that's silly. But the thing is that I don't believe that a truly sentient AI is even possible. People think AI is like this really smart thing because ChatGPT is so good at making extraordinarily generic. It can write a paper, or it can, come up with all sorts of interesting answers to your questions, and you can talk to it in plain English. But the truth is, it's just a very sophisticated database. It's not, like ChatGPT can definitely tell you that the sky is blue and the grass is green, but ChatGPT does not know what blue is or what green is. Even though it may know that, it not. I wouldn't say no, but it will correlate the word blue with the definition that you might find for blue. It doesn't know what any of those words actually mean. It doesn't think. It's just a system that links various related pieces of information together based on its programming. And it's very sophisticated. It creates the illusion of intelligence. But to suggest that ChatGPT or any other popular AI is truly intelligent in any meaningful way is ludicrous, in my opinion. It's simply, I mean, it's yeah. But yeah, there is no such thing. Now, the funny thing is, you could make an AI that will try to convince you that it's a thinking thing. But the problem is that since the mind is an inherently subjective experience, right? Your thoughts and everything that goes on in your head is the very definition of a subjective experience, and you cannot experience someone else's subjective experience. And so the interesting thing is that you could never prove that AI isn't sentient, and you could also never prove that AI is sentient. So it's not a matter of being able to objectively say it, it's a matter of basically a philosophical statement. Whether or not you believe that the mind is simply an emergent property of correlating data, or is the mind something unique and different? If you think that your mind is simply a emergent property of your brain correlating data based on its genetic programming, then maybe you will believe that AI can be truly sentient. But the interesting thing is, you're also reducing yourself to the level of a machine, and you're basically annihilating any argument you can make for the existence of free will. Because everything you do, and in fact everything everybody does, is simply deterministic based on their brains processing the information that it's confronted with. And your thinking process, your mind, your inner monologue, everything about that is just an illusion. Although the interesting thing is that in and of itself is a self-contradictory statement, because if it's an illusion requires someone to be fooled. So who's being fooled into believing that consciousness is real? What's behind the consciousness? Well, apparently Trump is going to start a war with Venezuela now. Speaking of evil, how about his recent pardons of these couple of criminals lately? Look, Trump is going to Trump. I don't know what to say. if it's becoming, when it comes to President Trump, I'm actually saddened that Marjorie Taylor Greene is leaving Congress. I should say, I don't think she's not out yet, but she's resigned from her position in Congress. I actually regret that because even though I've always considered Marjorie Taylor Greene kind of crazy, at the same time, she was becoming the voice of reason in the Republican Party, which I never thought I would say that. And honestly, and I've been meaning to write her a supportive letter, even though I don't live in the state of Georgia, but and she'll probably never see it, but I want to write it anyway. But I've been meaning to write a supportive letter to her, just suggesting that she reconsider her resignation because she could very, very easily become a prominent leader in a new conservative movement and, in fact, become the first female president. You know, but that's just my opinion. But as far as Trump doing crazy things, look, if you are still drinking the MAGA Kool Aid at this point, I can only say that, man, you are dedicated. Suggesting the second coming would be digital. Oh, as far as the AI virgin birth thing, well, I think that that's silly. I don't think that Jesus is coming back as a computer program. And Robert says, "Oh, okay." So, one being that narco terrorists and that criminal democratic from Texas. Again, look, Trump is going to Trump. And to me, it's like, look, you either think Trump is corrupt and all that, or you don't. And at this point, like I said, if you're still on board with Trump, I don't think there's anything he could possibly do that would convince you that he is anything but perfect. And I'm sorry to say that because I know that I'm sure there are some people that consider themselves rational human beings that are still very much pro-Trump. I just don't see how you can, uh, you know, I don't know. I mean, look, it's not a matter of whether or not you're conservative or liberal. I mean, which that's kind of the irony of the Trump thing is because many people who are big time supporters of Trump pride themselves as being conservative, even though Trump himself is not a conservative. And yet they don't see it. They refuse to see it. They're putting blinders onto it. And I only hope that after the midterms, if the Democrats, and likely they will, if the Democrats take the majority and they file for impeachment, which again they likely will, then only hope that enough Republicans come to their senses as to vote for conviction this time. And Jay in the house. Okay, so Jay and Leanna is Jay. Okay. Jay Aldridge here. I got married and my identity got hit. So it was suggested I change my profile, passwords, channel name, all my social media. I gotcha. Well, in that case, Jay, it's good to see you after so long. I kind of wondered whatever happened to you. So I am very glad to see you. And I'm thrilled that you got married. I think it's time for Trump to be kicked out of office. I tend to agree, Robert, but we'll see what happens. And that's why, again, I think it's too bad that Marjorie Taylor Greene is stepping down. Is it because he's falling asleep at meetings? It's much more than that. Yes, I would tend to agree. Anyway, I don't want to talk about Trump. That's not what as the funny thing is and I know there are some people here that are quiet about it that have argued with me hardcore on Trump, and I could sit there and try to say I told you so, but I'm not going to because, again, I know people that have basically turned around on Trump, especially over the Epstein thing, because I mean, people that were saying they were trying to defend everything he does, it's really hard to defend his behavior on the Epstein files. And if we ever get the Epstein files released, you know that we're not getting everything. I'm sure that some things will have disappeared for some reason. So similar to the free will question, is AI sentient or just following its code? Well, I do think that's interesting in that you could argue, is a does AI have free will? The you know if AI were truly sentient, if we truly had the ability to give it free will, that would be interesting. That would mean that we would give computers the ability to lie to us, right? Is that a good idea? I don't think so. But I also don't think that that's ultimately, I mean, because I think at best what we would do is put in, like, it's almost like, and here's the funny thing, like when we talked about data earlier, one of the big arguments I would say, even within the writing of Star Trek The Next Generation, why I would say that data is just a toaster, is because data turns into a psychotic murderer willing to torture and kill his best friend in the whole world, Geordi, just because you know, he gets his ethical subroutine turned off. Not even the introduction of new code making him a sociopath. No, he just gets his ethics turned off. And all of a sudden, his lifelong friendship with Geordi means nothing, and he's perfectly willing to torture and kill him. So that tells me right there, yeah, Data's just a machine. I think it's just following. Yeah, I tend to agree. I think that AI is just following code. I don't think humans are, or at least I'll say this much: I know that I'm not. I go back to Descartes. I think, therefore I am. I know that I have free will. I know that I have conscious thought, independent of external stimuli. And so I can't speak for any of you. I can only speak from my personal experience. But I know beyond any kind of a doubt of my free will. And so I know free will exists, at least in the case of me. The Matrix started with this argument. It thinks like he acts like us, believes what we believe, but it's not human, and they destroy each other over it. The Matrix started with this argument. It thinks like he acts like us, believes what we believe, but it's not human, and they destroy each other over it. I'm not sure I follow you on that, Bradley. What argument specific? I mean, because Matrix is based on the philosophical argument of the simulation argument is what it's commonly called, but there's different versions of it that go back quite a ways. But the idea that is the world real? But the interesting thing is that even if the world is not real, even if everything around me is just a simulation because I'm just a program in a machine, well, then I know that I'm a sentient, self aware, free will program. Now, that would, you would think contradict what I'm saying about the possibility of machines being sentient. But I'm just saying, if the simulation argument were true, then you're right. I would be wrong about simulation or about programs being sentient. But I don't believe the simulation argument is true. Who's more foolish, fool or the fool who follows them? Well, Obi-Wan, I would tend to say the fool, because he came up with the idea of doing something stupid. Because like if you look at, well, I don't know. I mean, because like if you're looking at, say, Trump versus Trump's followers, right? I think that I don't necessarily think Trump is well, I think he's doing some foolish things, but people that follow Trump, I think that they're not, you know, Are they more foolish than someone who maybe realizes through critical thinking that Trump may be wrong about something and stops? I would argue yes. But are they more foolish than Trump? I would say no, because a lot of people that follow Trump aren't following him because they agree with the dumb things that he says. They're not following him because they agree with some of the rhetoric that he says that's clearly bad. Instead, I think that a lot of people follow him because they see him as a figurehead for hope, for a brighter future, for an economically prosperous United States, even though they've been hoodwinked into thinking that liberal fiscal policies are conservative ones. And Daniel says, "Hi, I changed my name back." Well, good to see that someone got their name straight. And Trek Reviewer waving, hello, how you doing, Trek Reviewer? So could Trump actually still face prison time? Yes. There are some, okay, so the racketeering charges that he was facing, remember they dropped the charges without prejudice. And so what that means is that after he leaves office, he could be brought up on those charges again. If the charges were dropped with prejudice, then they couldn't be brought back up. And so theoretically, he could be brought up on those racketeering charges after he gets out. Further, he could be brought up on charges for things that he hasn't been charged with yet, if anything else happens to come up. But the racketeering case in particular, he absolutely could still face prison time for. And I think that that's a real possibility. Because the other thing about it is that, let's say that either Trump is impeached or, he serves out his term, and then if J.D. Vance becomes the next president, well, guess what? J.D. Vance cannot pardon Trump out of that racketeering case because it's a state level case. And so, and in fact, in that state, even the governor can't pardon him until after he's served his sentence. That's just the way that state constitution is. So that's really bad for Trump. And but we'll see what happens. And that, by the way, has to do with the false electors and all that. And if you don't know anything about it, then, well, look it up. I'm just thankful you don't have to type in a C prompt every time you look up something. I kind of miss the C prompt. And Woodenson says, hello, I accidentally clicked on this stream. Well, I'm glad you did, if you're still here. Interesting way to introduce yourself. Just like how the government is lying to us about the economy getting better, grocery store prices tell me differently along with prices of other things. Well, yeah. The stupid thing about when you hear about economic indicators from the government is that, like inflation doesn't even count the things that affect people that are not wealthy, right? So when they talk about inflation, they're usually talking about durable goods, like what is the price of a refrigerator or a TV, or a car, right? But you know what they don't count? The cost of food or housing. And guess what? That's the majority of most po people's expenses, right? That's what when people like me, I get Social Security. By the time I get food and pay the mortgage, that's the bulk of my income. And so, when they say, "Oh, everything's great because the prices of refrigerators has been steady for the last year," well, guess what? I'm not going to buy a refrigerator right now. At least I certainly hope not, because if the refrigerator breaks, I don't know how I'd replace it. But I do have to go buy groceries all the time, and they ain't getting cheaper. Oh, you know what else they don't count? The price of gas, which is kind of funny. All right. Just like the long-lasting war on terrorism didn't make anything better. Well, unfortunately, the government likes to, and both parties are guilty of this. It's not a Republican thing or a Democrat thing. What politicians will do is they will sell you on an issue and they'll try to tell you how they're better about that issue than the other guy. They're not going to actually solve the issue, right? They're not interested in actually, like, say, healthcare, right? Trump will say that that Obamacare is horrible and his healthcare is great. Meanwhile, liberals will say that no, we need like a single payer plan or whatever, and that Trump's plan is bad. But guess what? Neither of them are going to do. Neither of them are going to actually fix the problem. Because they're not interested in fixing the problem. Because if they fix the problem, guess what? Now they don't have a debating topic. And they're more interested in keeping power than they are solving anything. And that's one of the reasons, among others, that you shouldn't be putting your faith in politicians. I don't care what party. What is more likely? Darren proving the world is flat or Star Trek Starfleet Academy being good? You got me. Um, um, I think it's a toss up. And if humans truly could truly create a sentient being, does that mean humans would need to be considered gods? In a sense, yes. Lowercase g would be correct. Wouldn't be an uppercase G God because that would be. However, you know what would be where a human could become an uppercase G God would be if you could create a computer simulation that was an entire universe in and of itself, fully functional. Like if the simulation argument were true, that would make the creator of said simulation an uppercase G God because they created that universe. However, as far as humans creating sentient beings, aside from just procreation, obviously, I don't think that it can happen. I just don't think it's possible. So Jay says, got married. My band has been doing more shows this year. Looks like it's going to be a good 2026 as well. And almost 2 months ago, my wife Leanna had a little heart attack. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Man, man, I haven't even met her, and she's already had a heart attack. Man, well, of course, being married to you, I can see why that might cause a heart attack. Can only God create? Yes. But let me be a little more specific about that, Stan. In physics, there's a very well known principle called the conservation of matter and energy, right? Which is that matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only change form. Now, we know, thanks to things like E equals mc squared, that matter and energy have equivalents. Like you can convert matter into energy and you can convert energy into matter. Although we know how to convert matter into energy to a certain level, nuclear fission and fusion, we don't really know how to convert energy into matter that I'm aware of. I'm trying to think that I don't know of a way that we do it directly. Although what's interesting is that when you charge a battery, it actually does gain mass, but it's such a tiny amount of mass that you can't really tell. But but that's just electrons as opposed to converting matter into energy and vice versa. But but you can never actually bring about more matter or energy into the universe or take it away from the universe. That is something that only apparently God can do. So, and as far as we know, only did it once. Just like the holographic doctrine that one Voyager two parter on board the Equinox. Robert, I'm not sure what you mean. What you're talking about there? Would it be the same concept of biological procreation? Well, no, I don't. Procreation is not creation, even though creation is in the term procreation. Creation would be to create matter and or energy without using matter and or energy, so that you would actually end up with more matter and energy or less matter and energy than you started with, and that is not possible with at least from within this universe. Hey Robert, AI is dangerous in the wrong hands. I think AI is, you know, dangerous isn't well, even the word I would use. It is. It's destructive, and I'll tell you why. Is that I think AI is inherently making us dumber, for lack of a better term. We are using AI to, even though AI doesn't actually think, we're letting it think for us. And so, people complain that writing is bad or that, things have got, there's no new innovation and stuff. We're using algorithms and stuff to design everything now. And so, what do you expect? We're not actually putting any effort into creative thought. You know what people don't do anymore? Critically think about anything. And AI is nothing new. I mean, everybody thinks it's just like this brand new thing. Well, look, what we call AI, where we have like large language models, is something relatively new. But using algorithmic functions has been around for a long time. The internet is, almost entirely built upon that. The whole idea of a search engine is an algorithmic function. And the thing about what's happened is, think about what's happened to journalism over the last 30 years since the internet has been popularized. Journalism is no longer like it used to be. Journalists would dig into facts and stories and try to dig up information and find sources and interview people. Now it's like they do a Google search. You know, it's no longer, so our journalists no longer really put any real effort into it. And of course, we also, and one of the things that's, to me, talking about Trump again, I'm sorry, but one of the most scary things about Trump is the fact that he seems to blatantly and constantly talk about the idea of, that the press should be under his control somehow. And he calls whenever a reporter asks him a tough question, he'll berate them, talk about how terrible they are, and he even calls them insubordinate from time to time. Which, does nobody get that, the significance of that? But yeah, we're all okay with it because we become intellectually lazy. My daughter said, 10 years, actually more than that, but with the invention of the smartphone, my daughter was very quick to point out that the smartphone was the end of human thought. The smartphone was make people dumb. She's 100% right. Smartphones, and internet searches, and now what we call AI, but really just large language models, have made people's brains atrophy to a ridiculous level, to where common sense, forget about it being common anymore, it doesn't even exist for the most part anymore. People can't use basic principles of logic anymore. There's no such thing as critical thinking anymore. You are either a red or a blue. You're either on my team or their team. And if you're on my team, then you agree with everything my team says, and it doesn't matter if it makes any sense. And if you're on their team, you agree with everything they say, and it doesn't matter if what they say makes sense. It's stupid how people cannot use their brains anymore and will not use their brains because it's so much easier to just let the algorithm tell us what to think. And is one of the dumbest things about it. Okay, and obviously this got worse under COVID, but the people self radicalize because if you tend to be liberal or you tend to be conservative, that's fine. Everybody has, their bent on how they view the world. But what happened during COVID is that people obviously didn't socialize in the real world as much because the real world got shut down for a little while. And so what did they do? They got on YouTube or Facebook or Instagram or whatever. And they would search out things that they liked. So if you're a conservative, you might start looking up videos by, Charlie Kirk or whatever. And if you're a liberal, and you might start looking up videos, from Bill Maher. And so when you and so when you do that, guess what happens? The algorithm sees, oh, you like conservative commentators. So the algorithm, keep in mind, you know what these algorithms do? They don't think. All they do is they analyze, okay, this person likes conservative content. Therefore, feed this person more and more and more conservative content, right? That's why you ever notice that on YouTube, if you search for something specific, all of a sudden you get tons of suggestions along that same topic, right? So if right now you go into the YouTube search bar and you search for the K2 Plus Combo 3D printer, then the next time you log into YouTube, you're going to have a half a dozen suggestions for videos about the K2 Plus Combo printer, right? That's just how it works. And the more you watch those videos, the more of that content you start to get. And the more radical that content can get because it's digging deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole to find more content for you. And what happens over time is that we all become radicals for a cause. We either become radically conservative or radically liberal. We either become fervently, we're a diehard Calvinist, whatever, or we're a diehard atheist, whatever. We tend to suddenly become more and more radicalized as to what our beliefs are. And that is dangerous. We need to be willing to talk to people that disagree with us in order to keep us in check. But algorithms don't do that by design. And we don't care because we get dopamine hits out of it. He was completely corrupted. I'm not sure who he is that you're mentioning there, Robert. Sorry, I know I'm a little bit behind. She had a light heart attack. She just had a VR valve replacement surgery, but she's doing better. Then the valves were deteriorating. They believe that's what caused the heart attacks. Gotcha. Well, I will, definitely be praying for your wonderful wife, and I know she's a wonderful wife because she puts up with you. And so I am truly sorry that I'm sure that scared the crap out of you. I couldn't even imagine what I'd be feeling if that were my wife. So my heart goes out to you, but also to her for putting up with you. And then talking about, yes, AI is dangerous. So the holographic doctor doesn't have free will and track. I don't believe he does. In fact, we've seen that because he could be reprogrammed and rebooted. So that, you turn him on, please state the nature of the medical emergency. And, his attitude is all pre-programmed into him because, remember, he's based on the attitudes of several doctors, including Dr. McCoy, who was infamously grumpy. Even if one day AI becomes conscious, it will not be human. We anthropomorphize at our own peril. We do anthropomorphize too much, but I also don't believe that and again, it's purely a philosophical point, but I don't believe it's possible for an AI to be conscious. I simply don't accept that as a possibility right now. AI could easily use our own human weakness against us. It already does. That's the thing. Like my whole tirade about how we're all becoming self-radicalized idiots. That's the result of AI. That's all AI does, is it just makes us worse of what we already are. Robert says, just like recently, Mike Huckabee, the current American ambassador to Israel, just recently had that meeting with a former American spy for Israel was a big no-no according to the law. I don't know about that particular instance, so I can't comment on it, but I'm not surprised. Said spy back in the 80s handed over American nuclear secrets to the Israeli government. Wow. He was released from prison from pressure by the Israeli government and their prime minister. Okay. Jay says our gas prices here are $2.19 a gallon. Well, I don't know what ours are because I very rarely buy gas. Let's see. Gas in. Let's see. Currently, it says the Tennessee prices are currently 256 to 258 average. But yeah, it fluctuates wildly. So that's the thing. Like one day you might pay 25 cents a gallon less than you do a couple of weeks later. So yeah. And Stan says it's like the homeless problem in Los Angeles, billions spent, and it's worse than ever. But if they fix it, no more money or jobs invested in the attempt. Well, yeah, and that's the thing. That's what the political parties want is more power for the political parties. That is their priority more than anything else. To which Robert agrees, and then Trustin says, I heard scientific commenters say the complexity and fine tuning the universe is a problem that needs to be dealt with. Well, I don't generally use the fine tuning argument because I think it's too easily dismissed. Because here's the simple fact is and this is an explanation an atheist would give, and I think it's a reasonable counter to the fine tuning argument, which is that the reason that the universe appears the way that it does is because if it appeared in any other way, we wouldn't exist. And as silly as that is, excuse me, man, it's simple fact. If the universe was different in some way, maybe they say, oh well, life as we know it couldn't exist. Yeah, but what about life in some other way that we don't know? Right. So I'm not willing to hang my hat on the fine tuning argument as far as that's concerned. However, I do think that existence in and of itself begs a creator. And the reason that he's created as gas prices are 224 a gallon. Conservation of energy. Is there any truth to the suggestion that humans are lighter immediately after death because life force have left the body? It has not been successfully replicated in any kind of meaningful manner. That was a claim made by a paper a long time ago. I can't remember who made it. That somehow that the body becomes a slight amount lighter after death, but it's not something that's been replicated. However, the problem is that okay, if the body did become minutely lighter after death, would that be evidence of the existence of the soul? Maybe, but it could also be explained through atheistic means as well. I don't think it would be proof of anything. Solitary, the Equinox crew turned. Yes, I know the crew of the Equinox. So I'm not sure what your point was. Oh, you're talking about the evil version of the Doctor from that. So your life force must be gone somewhere, heaven. Yeah, well, you could just as easily argue because since energy, so depending on the type of energy, energy does like, for example, photons don't have a lot of mass, but they do have mass, right? Electrons don't have a lot of mass, but they do have mass. So if energy dissipates from the body upon death, then you could just as easily explain it as being a loss of heat, which would be, heat is just a frequency of photon. But then you run into a problem is that the body should be constantly getting a little bit lighter because when you're alive, your body is constantly converting matter into energy. And a lot of people don't realize this, but your body is converting carbohydrates or fats, depending on the individual, into heat to maintain body temperature. And so when you burn carbohydrates, that's usually from your food. When you burn fats, then that's, from your big old gut. And then you have certain hormones that regulate which of these your body burns first, which is, when people talk about having a high or low metabolism, a lot of times it has to do with those hormonal balances, which dictate what is being burned and how. Don't get me started. AI making people dumber. Apparently, X has a new Grok feature. You click and it rewrites your thought, fixing grammar, adding images, etc. Well, yeah, and that's nothing new. Like Grammarly has been around for years, right? Grammarly is a service that you can get that fixes your punctuation and writing style, and it's basically does the same thing. It's becoming more and more common for people to use AI as a tool for their writing, which I don't like. I really don't. I can, and it's funny because I'm a person who has used it when all the way back when I was in college, a decade and a half ago, or more than that. But when I was in college, it was about 2 decades ago. The I would use AI in order to make a paper that was legible because I would use spell check. And for those of you that don't realize it, that's just a simple form of AI. And so, spell check makes it so that people like me who are dyslexic can compensate. But I think there's a difference between using these types of tools to assist somebody who is incapable of doing it on their own. And actually, it's kind of pushes the point home. If you can't do a thing and a tool allows you to do it, that's great. If you can do a thing but you use the tool anyway, you lose the ability to do that thing. And so if you use AI to structure your paper, you'll forget how to structure a paper. And if you use AI to write a story, you'll forget how to write a story. I follow holographic doctor moral subroutines and he becomes evil. So no, not really lives. Sentiment or has free will. Or, Voyager just humored their doctor. Yeah. Jay is taking off for church. You have a good one, buddy. Stan says, I spent 3 years in college learning how to write essays and how to formulate arguments, and now you can just enter a subject and it'll give you a choice of a completed essay with different theses. Oh, yeah, it's stupid. And I mean, yeah, I hate it. I absolutely hate it. And this comes from someone that's going to be going back to college next year, and I'm going to be competing with a bunch of 20-year-olds that are using AI to write their papers. Well, during the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln basically just shut down the press and even had them imprisoned if they challenged him during the war. So, again, I don't know the details of that. I've heard people make that argument to try and defend what Trump is doing. But let me ask you something. If on the surface it's true and it's exactly the way you depict it, like even though I don't know, but let's say so Abraham Lincoln straight up just shut down the press and had members of the press imprisoned if they challenged him during the Civil War. Was that a good thing? Is that what you're suggesting? Because we tend to revere Abraham Lincoln as something of a hero because he championed a cause that we all agree with as being righteous and noble. That doesn't mean everything he did was good. And so I would say this: there's a very old saying that two wrongs don't make a right. And so if Lincoln did something that was wrong, and Donald Trump does the same thing, that doesn't make it right. And, just saying. Did he call any of them piggies? Yeah, I don't know about that. Though the South is painted as the bad guys during that time. Well, look, I know people want to argue about the war of a northern aggression or whatever. But I would say this: people will butter it up in 1,000 different ways, but the simple fact is that the American South was using slave labor to maintain their economy. That was wrong and it needed to end. And it's tragic that it ended through a war, but it's good that it ended. And so, was everybody in the South evil, in the pre Civil War era South? No, of course not. But was the practice of slavery evil? Especially American slavery, which was uniquely brutal. I would say absolutely it was evil and it needed to be put to a stop. And so, I'm not going to defend the South, as trying to say, oh, they're this isn't wicked. They're not misunderstood heroes. No, the South was practicing slavery, and that absolutely 100% needed to end. And I don't care how many types of different rose-covered scented oils you want to put on it, slavery was still the practice at the time and being defended by the people of the South. And it was wrong. Let's see. Well, it may have been pretty brutal in the North too. Just watch Gangs of New York again. I'm not saying everything was perfect in the North, of course, but slavery needed to be put to an end. But this is the problem. This is something we do in politics all the time. And again, this is, and I'll ask you guys. I'm going to challenge all of you that are listening right now. Put on your thinking caps for a minute. All right. Try not to let emotionalism or rationalizations kick in. Just try to think logically and critically. How often, when a politician, I don't care what party, a politician is accused of something, anything, how often is the response, rather than a defense of what they did, a counter accusation that a politician of the other party did something worse? Now, I submit to you that 100% of the time, that is a fallacious defense. And it happens like on this channel a million times. I'd say, oh, I can't believe Trump did this. And then the first thing out of people will be, well, Biden did. So what? If you're 100% right, well, yeah, what Biden did was wrong, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what Trump just did, right? When Trump called the reporter a piggy, right? Dumb thing for him to say, but whatever. Or he called the reporter insubordinate, or he says they're fake news because they're asking him a genuine tough question, right? When Trump does that, does it matter that Biden did something that you think is worse 5 years ago? Or, and does Biden having done something worse, and let's just say Biden did something worse 5 years ago, right? We'll just say that. Like with the pardons, right? Trump pardoned some horrible person. Well, Biden pardoned Hunter, right? Does that mean that what Trump did was good? Is that what you're trying to say? Are we really 3-year-olds where we're going to say he was worse and therefore my guy's okay? No. And that's the problem. If you are a conservative, a genuine conservative, and even if you're not a conservative, but you like Trump for what he stands for as far as his ideals, right? Closing the border and all that stuff, right? If he does something wrong, it's still wrong. It doesn't matter that, if he's breaking the law, it's still breaking the law, even if you like the result of it, right? If and the same was true when Biden was elected, and whoever is president after Trump, and the president after that, and the president after that. It's simple fact that if what they do is wrong, it's wrong regardless of whether the guy before them did something wrong. And can we get past that? Please, I'm begging you. Can we learn to get past it? Shows immigrants getting off the boat, being given their citizenship at one table, and the next table they sign them up for the army. Are you talking about during the Civil War? Is that I'm not sure what you're talking about. Let's see. Which seems like a form of slavery. Well, is it though? Is for example, if right now, let's say that you are in Mexico and you desperately want to become a citizen of the United States, if we had a program where you say, hey, you know what? You join the military, serve for 4 years in good standing, get an honorable discharge, and you become an automatic citizen. That's actually not a half bad idea, right? That would be a good way to bolster the ranks of the military. And it would, by the way, they would have to learn English, and they would have to learn conformity to our societal norms, and they would learn discipline. I think making mandatory military service for immigrants would be a brilliant idea. But then again, I think we should have mandatory military service for everybody. It's not a form of slavery because you're paid. And you don't have to be, it's not compulsory in that it's only a condition of becoming a citizen. If you say, hey, I want X, and I say, okay, give me Y, that's not slavery, that's a contract, right? Now, if I take you against your will and make you work for no pay and barely keep you alive, that's slavery. Welcome to America. Now you've committed to join the army for as long as you need it. Again, I don't know the details about that. I don't know how long they were, but generally speaking, if there was some kind of recruitment thing going on with that, I doubt it was for as long as you're needed. Wait till Salty finds out that we're all bots. Well, I just know that I exist. And then, let's see. Peace out, y'all. Thanks for the welcome. Need to walk my dog. Subscribed. Awesome. Hope to see you around. Of course, you left a while ago, so you probably didn't hear me say that. During the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln suspended many constitutional rights. So, yeah, that's what tyrants do, after all. And again, I don't know that Abraham Lincoln suspended many constitutional rights. I think that that's something that people say, but let's see. Okay, so, whoops. So, just asking the old Google AI, let's see. So, let's see, he suspended habeas corpus, which I do know about that, and freedom of speech and the press, which is what you were talking about. Union generals with Lincoln's general support military necessity took a measure to censor newspapers that published sensitive military information or discouraged enlistment and arrested individuals who spoke out against the war effort. So there you go. At least according to Google, that's correct. However, that's it. Habeas corpus and freedom of speech. Two, in my opinion, doesn't make many. So we need to be careful about our hyperbole. Now, does that mean that Lincoln was a tyrant? Or was he desperately trying to deal with the situation and he made a terrible mistake? I don't know. Can't read his mind, he's dead. But I will say this, I still agree with the end result of the Civil War. And you're not going to convince me otherwise. And now, when we compare that to the immigration situation, I don't think it's apples and apples. I think that while I do agree that we need to control our borders, I think that some of the practices that the federal government has taken under Trump's administration in dealing with it, I do not believe are justified. And even if you want to make an argument that it's not as bad as Lincoln suspending habeas corpus and the freedom of speech, that doesn't make it right. And you know what I can't do? I can't go back in time and fix what Lincoln did. But I can speak out about what the president is doing right now. At least until freedom of speech is taken away. As the old saying go, the victor is right to history. That is true. But I think that there are certain facts that, I mean, like I said, the Southern economy did in fact depend on slavery. And after the Civil War, that was no longer the case. End of discussion. Spell check is another tool that makes us dumber. I was never good at spelling, now I'm useless. Well, and that's the thing. It runs into the problem of if you can't spell, like if you're dyslexic like myself, spell check is a godsend. If you can spell check will take away that ability if you use it. But, you can turn spell check off. However, if you turn spell check off and then you misspell a word, you're going to, hand in something that has a misspelled word. And Piano Times, which I presume is that Piano Dean? Did you change your name, or is that just like, I hate the way that this thing works. But if so, welcome. And it says, preach, I assume to me. No, I don't agree with what Trump does with the press. Just saying that at least he hasn't had them thrown in prison, at least yet. Maybe not, but again, throwing that out there, Robert, is dangerous precedent, and that's what we do. We try to soften the blow of what he's doing by comparing it to something worse. I hate when people try to compare Trump to the ruler of Germany from the 1940s, because, but I also don't like trying to defend Trump by suggesting that he's not as bad as the guy from the 1940s, because Trump is his own person. The guy from the 1940s was his own person, and each should be judged on their own merits, right? I'm not judging Trump based on the guy from the 1940s, and I'm not judging the guy from the 1940s based on Trump. Same goes for Lincoln or Biden or anybody else. And Piano Times, I still don't know if you're Piano Dean or not, says, incredible, I feel like it's hard for Christians to admit that slavery is wrong. It's funny you say that. I don't find it that it's hard for Christians to admit that. I think most Christians will admit that. I think where Christians kind of get squeamish is when people try to then manipulate the idea that somehow the Bible endorses slavery because of the regulations on slavery that are mentioned in Exodus and Leviticus. Which, if you haven't been there for my Bible study where we've gone through all of Exodus and we're currently at the tail end of Leviticus, you will see that the laws on slavery aren't nearly what people think they are. Certainly not a ringing endorsement of slavery. And the interesting thing also is that people assume that because it's regulated in the Bible, therefore God endorses it. I would compare that to another thing that is regulated in the Bible that God clearly does not endorse, and that is divorce. It is painfully clear if you read the entirety of Scripture that God is anti-divorce. And yet he writes into the Bible ways to get a divorce. Why? Well, that's explained as well. Because of the hardness of men's hearts. Because people are going to do it. And so, in order to make sure that things don't get out of hand in certain areas, here are the regulations when it comes to that. Here are the minimum requirements, if you will. And the funny thing is that then if you compare slavery as it's regulated in the Bible to slavery as it existed in the Americas during the active slave trade, those are two very different things. I'm not in support of the kind of slavery that was in the South. I'm a white Southern Christian. And Piano Times is applauding, it looks like. I suck with emojis. Let's see. I feel bad for kids who grew up with these AI tools. Smartphones are making us dumber. AI is on a whole different level. And yes, it was during the Civil War. The Irish boots showed up, and they were all automatically signed up for the army. Well, you know what? Like I said, I would actually be in favor of making all new immigrants serve in the military. I mean, I understand that they probably did it to bolster their numbers during the war, but at the same time, you know what we've done during wars also? Drafting people. That's nothing new. And we did it as recently as Vietnam. We activated our reserves for the Gulf Wars. So I that's just what we do from time to time. However, I actually am, not, now that I hadn't thought about it before, but I absolutely do think that it should be a requirement for to become a citizen of this country, depending on your age. Obviously, like if you're 70 years old, okay, fine, you don't have to serve in the military, but maybe you have some kind of other civil commitment that you would have to do. But I think that if you are of fighting age, that you should absolutely have to serve in the military for 4 years to be a citizen. Though a couple of the largest slaveholders in the South were blacks themselves, so mainstream history doesn't teach that. Well, the problem with mainstream history, as you call it, is it's constantly being whitewashed by various political agendas. On the one hand, you have liberals out there that do that. The last thing they want is to talk about black slave owners. I don't know if they were the largest slaveholders or not, but there were certainly black slave owners. There were certainly black people that supported the South during the Civil War. That did in fact happen, and yes, those are historical fact. But you on the flip side, you have people like DeSantis who want to whitewash it in the other direction to make it sound like slavery was actually pretty cool. Black people were happier then than they are now, or that we're not going to call it slavery. We're going to call it like involuntary employment or something. I we history should we should work historians should basically work hard to basically present the facts of history without embellishment, but we're not interested in that anymore because everybody's an ideologue, and ideologue means idiot to me. But you get paid for being in the military. You absolutely do. Yes, exactly. Many countries have compulsory military service. By the way, Israel among them. Oh yeah, and like I said, I'm all for it. I was in the army. I think that everybody should out of high school. You know what? If here's the deal. When you graduate high school, you have two choices. You either go to college or you go to the military. When you graduate college, you have one choice. You go to the military. And but the advantage of going to college is you get to be an officer. But but you still got to join the military. Everybody serves. I don't believe in the draft either. That's not by free choice after all. Well, the problem is that as the old saying goes, freedom isn't free. And so, and think about it. If basically if everybody, if all the crap that has to be done to take care of our country is strictly based on volunteerism, guess what? Nothing's going to get done. So I'm sorry that you don't like the draft. I don't like the draft, but when it becomes a necessity, and notice they didn't actually draft anybody during the Gulf Wars, right? They came close, but they didn't actually do it. The draft is considered a last resort. It's something you do if we need the numbers. However, the last time we actually used the draft was Vietnam. I personally, and I understand you don't like it, but it's a cost of being a citizen. However, I don't like that only men. If women can serve in the military, women absolutely should register for the draft. He suspended habeas corpus. I'll give you my argument for atheism. All right, Grayson, I'm all ears, buddy. I'm still waiting. A sufficient head injury can alter your personality and even ethical framework. So that would map neatly against your earlier analogy over data as being non-sentient. Well, okay, so you're right that a significant head injury can alter your personality and your ethical framework. Well, I don't know about. I'd have to see the case studies on ethical frameworks. Like if somebody, if somebody has a knife jabbed into their brain, do they suddenly become murderous? But I still believe that and this is based purely on my own subjective experience. I absolutely do believe that I have free will. I believe that I am a conscious, sentient entity, and in fact, I would say beyond belief. I know that as a fact. Now, if in fact a knife was jammed into my head and I suddenly had a radical change of personality, I would liken that in some ways to, for example, a person who is on drugs will change their personality sometime. They might. There are drugs that make people feel good, make people feel bad, make people happy, make people sad. Uh, you know, uh, there are all sorts of mind altering drugs. But beneath that, you're still you. So if you are drunk or high or just on some medication that a doctor prescribed and it alters your mood in some way, when the drug wears off, you kind of take over again, if you will. It's almost as if your consciousness has been suppressed in some way or removed from your body, even though like you may have like limited access to it. It would be almost like, let's say, you're playing a video game and your avatar, for some reason, every now and then you lose partial control of it, right? Now, why is that? Is there a separate soul versus body? And why is it that somehow and I don't know about I can't speak for everybody, but I know that sometimes, like, if you are experiencing the effects of alcohol or drugs of some kind, you might be able to sit there and consciously be aware of the fact that you're not in total control. And that's a very weird, kind of surreal experience. So, is it that way for someone who has traumatic brain injury? The problem is we'll never really know. Because if somebody has that kind of a traumatic brain injury, generally speaking, the brain doesn't repair itself. And so that means that that person will probably never recover. And as such, that person would never be able to say after the recovery, "Wow, let me tell you what happened to my conscious thinking process during that time." And so I don't know that I don't know that there's enough studies on that. I mean, I'm not a neurologist, so I don't know the details on it. But I think that there is still a difference between the brain and a computer. I don't think computers are sentient. I think that the other thing is that I don't think that for example, a human being, if you disrupt their brain, it might change them in some way, but we can't just go in and change the code, right? Like a computer can. Maybe if we understood everything about the brain, you could turn on and off different things. I don't know. Be interesting to see a study on that. But the problem is it would be a very unethical study. After the death of their one son, the Lincolns used to have sextances in the White House to talk. Oh, I've seen seances in the White House to talk with their dead son, also, which we have learned last week is a big no-no, which Scripture says that is true. But I would say this is that if the Lincolns were having seances in the White House, that's terrible. However, now let's say that, and in fact, look, Nancy Reagan was big into astrology. You know, that's a lot more recent. You know what, T'Pring? I'm sorry that you want to go out there, but I can't help you. Piano Time says, I've always been Piano Times. Okay, just coincidence. And then Robert says, Trump is a shill, just like when he had his dead ex-wife buried on his golf course so he doesn't have to pay taxes on it anymore. I didn't hear about that, so I don't know. But I would say that I wouldn't call Trump a shill exactly. I mean, in the truth, because a shill is a person who basically speaks for something for which they directly benefit. So, for example, John Campea is a shill because he benefits directly from the very people that he is, supposedly criticizing on YouTube. But as far as Trump being a shill, well, I mean, yeah, he owns the Trump corporations, but when he's speaking for tariffs, I don't know that for a fact that he's going to personally benefit from the tariffs, and or that that's the reason he's doing it. He might be doing it out of a false place sense of what will actually work from an economic stance, or he could be saying it just because he wants to destroy the Republican Party. I don't know. Okay, but we all know that slavery is bad. But we didn't need the Bible to tell us that. I would disagree if we all know, and this is the problem with that. If we all know that slavery is bad, why is it that there's more slavery in the world today than at any other point in history? If it's just self-evident that slavery is a bad thing, why are so many people doing it? And genuine question. Now, you say, well, we all clearly know it, but and this is what a lot of people don't miss, and we live in a culture that was developed by Christianity. And yes, those applauding my messages are clear. Well, it's not you're behind, I'm behind. Right now, I'm 12 minutes behind. I'm working on Piano Times. I'm always behind at this point in my live streams. That's just the way that it goes. Treston's taking off. Have a good one, buddy. And asking Grayson Hawk for examples. Oh, yeah. I'm waiting for Grayson Hawk was saying the argument for atheism, but it looks like he said something, so we'll see. So he lives a good atheist. I do. Trust me, I do. All right, so let's see what he says. My biggest reason for being an atheist is that I need a reason, evidence to believe in something, and I don't have reasons or evidence to believe in God. Okay. So, first of all, I know this is an old argument that many theists have used, but it's actually true. To suggest that you actually need reason and evidence for everything is false. And I know you might say, well, no, I certainly want reason and evidence for everything. And so I'll say, okay, what is your evidence that this pill will lower your blood pressure? I mean, sure, you can say they tell me it does, but you're just taking that on faith, right? You're just trusting that they're telling you the truth. So, what is your evidence? Do you test the ingredients of the pill and then get yourself a degree in chemistry to understand what it does? Obviously not. You do take it on faith. We take most things on faith. But if you want to say that, okay, but God is a bigger question than whether or not that pill is going to lower my blood sugar, right? And so, is there no evidence to believe in God? I wholeheartedly disagree. I think there's no there is evidence to believe in God, but what you're not looking for, and Grayson, forgive me if I'm making presumptions about you, but I want you to answer this if you disagree with me on this. I don't believe you're looking for evidence. I think you're looking for proof. And those are two very different things because you know what? We don't have proof. You know what we don't have for anything? Proof. There, like I cannot prove to you that this dog is real, right? For all you know, it's an AI generated CG character, right? I can't prove to you that I'm real. I could be an AI generated CG character. I can't prove to you that this cup contains coffee. This cup here. I could argue for its contents by showing you that it's a color that's consistent with coffee. I could drink it, showing that it doesn't seem to be poisonous, assuming you accept that I'm real and all that. But none of that's proof. All of that is evidence, right? The fact that you could see my puppy here sitting here is evidence that the puppy exists, right? But it's not absolute proof. Now, beyond the absurd things like obviously you take it for granted that I'm an actual person live streaming from an actual place, and therefore all the things you see around me are real. Those fundamental assumptions that we make about the universe, that science makes about the universe is logically consistent, that the universe exists, that kind of thing. But the single strongest, in my opinion, piece of evidence to support the existence of God is the simple fact that the universe exists in the first place. The problem is that it is logically absurd to believe that the universe has existed for eternity. You cannot have an eternal amount of time have passed in the past. You can never cross an actualized infinite. And besides that, all the evidence that we have of the universe is that space and time had a definitive beginning. Our current estimates somewhere around, between 14 and 15 billion years ago. And so if the universe had a definitive beginning, then something had to have triggered said beginning. Now, whatever that something is, and yes, this is just a rephrasing of the cosmological argument, but it's probably the single most compelling piece of evidence, I think, because the scientific consensus right now is that Big Bang cosmology is the most accurate model of the universe, and that time-space had a definitive beginning. And if time and space had a definitive beginning, that whatever caused time and space to begin could not, by definition, be constrained by either time or space, which is, something to consider. So if time and space began, that also means that matter and energy began, because matter and energy require time and space to exist. And so if matter and energy began, that means that whatever created time and space, if it was composed of some form of energy that is spaceless, that might be possible, but it certainly could not have been composed of matter. Now, we could argue that whatever it is that caused the universe, it could not be material in that it couldn't be composed of matter. Possibly energy, but definitely not matter. It could not exist within the confines of time and space. And the most important thing, and something that I think is left out of a lot of cosmological arguments, it would have to be able to act without being acted upon. Because in order for the first action to take place, whatever it was that caused the first action could not have been acted upon by an external force. And this goes all the way back to Newton, as we have a fundamental understanding that everything will stay in its current state unless acted upon by an external source. So an object moving through a perfect vacuum will continue at the same direction and velocity for eternity unless it's acted upon by something else. Another object hits it, or some kind of force is applied to it. Well, the same would be, you could say, about the idea of the singularity of the point before the existence of time and space. There is nothing to say that that state of nothingness would ever change unless it's acted upon. And that means that it had to be acted upon by something that could act without being acted upon. And in all of the known universe, there is only one thing that can act without being acted upon, and that is the mind. So I would submit to you that we have strong evidence that whatever caused the universe to come into existence was, in fact, a mind. If it was a mind, then, well, you might as well just call it God. Now, you might say, well, that's not proof of your Christian beliefs. I didn't say it was. But atheism isn't a Christianity, it is atheism. And that's something a lot of people forget. Atheists tend to argue against Christianity, but Christianity is not theism. I give more specific arguments as well on my channel. Well, I will. Is your channel called Grayson Hawk? Because if so, I will check it out. And if you have something good there, I will respond to it. But let's see. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I think I found your channel. All right. Let's see. Send Tesla robots into battle. China has started using robots in their military. That's terrifying to me, the idea of using robotic militaries, man. Yeah. Are y'all wanting the arguments in comments here or live discussion? Generally comments, because it just depends on how the show flows. I don't always do like guest spots. I might start doing that in the not too distant future, but right now I don't, because the last time I used to do regular shows with people doing guest stuff, people would start doing intentionally inappropriate things, and I'm not going to deal with that. I also look at the trend of history of phenomenon previously explained by gods, lightning, disease, rainbows, the sun, etc., now being explained as naturalistic. Now okay, so I'll get into that for just a second. That to me is a laughable, and forgive me, because I want you to be a better arguer. That's a laughably bad argument, because what you're doing there is you're basically conflating a capital G God like which is what theism is, right? Theism is about a creator God, capital G, not polytheism, which is lowercase g. Now, when you start talking about God of the gaps, right, which is what you're arguing, oh, well, we didn't know what lightning was until we learned about electromagnetism. And so obviously, well, now there's less room for God. And, we didn't know what caused volcanoes to erupt until we learned about plate tectonics. And okay, God's a little smaller, right? And so, and the idea is that God is somehow the God that explains whatever it is that we don't understand in science. Okay, and that is without a doubt the biggest clunking pile of BS that and atheists are very good at propagating this idea, but it's absolute garbage. All right, God is not the God of what we don't know. God is the God of everything. And in fact, I would challenge you to pay attention to what the first chapter of the Bible is all about. The so-called creation story, right? So the first thing God does is create the heavens, the universe, and the earth, right? And then the next thing God does is he breaks up the creation of all the various things on earth into these 6 segments, right? That are in the narrative described as days. Now, a lot of people think that this is supposed to be like a scientific textbook on how creation works because they don't really understand the point of that story. The point of that story is to directly contradict the prevailing beliefs of that time, namely the time that Moses was around, where most people genuinely believed that that there were gods, lowercase g, in charge of the sea, and a god in charge of the sky, and a god in charge of the trees, and a god in charge of the grass, or whatever, right? Exactly what you're talking about here. And so the point of Genesis 1 is to show no, 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 no. There's one God that built the whole thing. And so that's not to say that we can't understand how trees work or how lightning works or how the wind works or how the solar system works or any of that. And I think that the problem that we have is that we tend to think that God is somehow like, and I know that and I understand there are Christians that will say this, and those Christians are idiots, but God is not just, oh, well, I don't know what happened, therefore God did it. If that's what you believe, then your theology at best is extraordinarily shallow. That is not. I'm very much a pro-science Christian, but I also take the Bible as the inspired Word of God, and I don't think that those two things are in conflict. And in fact, I like the way that mathematician and theologian John Lennox put it, which is that if you ask someone to describe why the water is boiling, and you were to explain the laws of thermodynamics and the way that and chemistry laws as far as how water reacts to added heat and all that, and the conversion from a liquid state to a gaseous state, why you see the steam and all that, right? You could go through an entire dissertation on all that, or you could say, I wanted a cup of tea. Now, are those two explanations in any way, shape, or form competing with each other or in any way, shape, or form contradictory? And the answer is obviously no. If I want a cup of tea and I boil water, that's an explanation. If you explain how thermodynamics transfer heat from the stovetop through the pot into the water, and it converts the water into from a liquid into a gas, but also applies a lot of heat and all that, that's accurate too. All right, those are just two different ways of looking at the same thing. Likewise, to suggest that, oh, well, here's how life diversifies over time, and we'll call it a theory that we call evolution. Here's how gravity works, and we're going to call it a theory of general relativity. And here's how physics in general work, and we're going to call it special relativity. And here's how subatomic particles interact, and we're going to call that quantum mechanics. And you know what? Here's a more simplified version of all this, and we're going to call it Newtonian physics and all that, right? So, is that in direct contradiction with, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth? No. Right? They're just two different aspects of the same thing. One is us trying to understand the various processes of how things work. The other is to look at the grander picture of, of God and why everything is. Now, again, the one thing, if you want to, I'll call it a gap, you can, but I think that it's simply, it's not that it's a gap in our knowledge, it's something that we know very well. It's just that, as from a scientific perspective, we don't like to admit. And that is that there had to be, logically, it's an absolute necessity, that there had to be a prime mover, as the original argument was called. There had to be a first cause, another early name for it, right? There had to be something that started everything. And no matter how you slice it, you keep coming back to the same thing, and that thing has to be God. Now, that is not proof of God's existence, but it's certainly evidence. So, to suggest, and going back to your first comment, that there is no evidence for God, I think is ludicrous. But what we say is, well, that's not enough for me. Okay, but then what's your counter to that? Well, my counter is, I don't know. Okay, so on the one hand, because think about it from the case of a trial. The one person says, well, I think that this person stole my money, and the reason I think that is because I found his fingerprints on my drawer, which I can prove, and the money was missing, which I can also prove, right? And the other person just says, "Oh well, Your Honor, you see, I don't know." All right, so in a civil case, and remember, a civil case means preponderance of evidence. It doesn't mean you have to prove something beyond a shadow of a doubt, which is silly. We never prove things beyond a shadow of a doubt. If you did, you wouldn't do anything. But if preponderance of evidence would say, well, one side has evidence, the other side doesn't. So show me the evidence that counters the evidence that God does exist. Stan says, would a truly sentient AI even consider humans to be its creator, or would AI become religious by logically postulating there must be some greater creator? Well, again, I don't believe that there is a truly sentient AI. I don't think it's possible. But in a science fiction world where you had a truly sentient AI, one of the differences between that AI, assuming you were talking about a society similar to the one we live in right now, one of the key differences between that and, say, what we're talking about with religious concepts is that the AI would have direct contact with its creator. It would be more like Adam was in the Old Testament. So it would be like saying, I don't believe in God when God's standing right there next to you. Then you're an idiot. All right, there's not a single example of the reverse, where something that was explained naturalistic was discovered to be caused by a god. You're right. And that's not what religion is. Again, you're looking for Zeus. You're not looking for God, the creator. And so, yeah, I'm with you 100%. Zeus does not exist. Apollo does not exist. Thor does not exist. Gods of the gaps do not exist. I'm with you completely. Be advised, this is his channel and this is his live chat, not the great back and forth. So your message could give the audience something to think about for a chance who are exposed to posit his perspective. That is true. Famous case of a husband who became violent and hostile to his family after a head injury after being previously a kind person. So the human computer was changed via a purely materialistic means. Okay. And so you suggest that that means that there's no free will, or are you just suggesting that because again, I don't know if if somebody has an injury that radically changes their personality, is that person still there? I don't know the answer to that. Because, I can tell you that when my mom died, and I was there with her for the last 6 months of her life, and when it came down to about the last 48 hours or so of her life, her body was there, but she was gone. And so I don't know how that works from a practical standpoint. As far as, does the soul leave the body? Does the soul just no longer have access to, if the control mechanism is damaged, which would be the brain? I don't know, but but I can definitely tell you that my mom was gone before she died, before her body died. From China Uncensored YouTube channel, there is a video from an Indian soldier capturing video of Chinese humanoid robots patrolling the border there. Yeah, I don't like that idea. I mean, depersonalizing war is already bad enough. It makes me think about Taste of Armageddon from the original series. If we sanitize war, if we have robots fighting robots for war, then why should we avoid war? Or people who can suddenly speak other languages. I'm not sure if I've heard of someone, a documented case of someone suddenly being, a credible documented case of someone suddenly radically learning another language. The aspects of human religions that are blatantly false is also a good reason to be an atheist, such as the Genesis account of creation and Noah's flood contradicting modern science. Again, I think that, and by the way, Grayson, I appreciate your input here. I truly do. So don't think I'm trying to be a dick to you. I'm not, because you're one of the few people that's actually putting out some actual arguments against me, and whenever that happens, I give that priority. However, and some of this to some people might sound like a broken record, but I need you to know where I'm coming from with some of this stuff. So, does Genesis contradict modern science? No, it does not. What you're thinking of is specifically the young earth creationist interpretation of Genesis of people like Kent Hovind and stuff contradicting science, to which you would be correct. However, the interesting thing is that young earth creationism has only been really a thing for about the last 200 years. For the vast majority of the history of Judaism and Christianity, young earth creationism was not the belief. And by the way, even with modern Christianity and Judaism, it is a minority. But it's a loud, vocal, annoying minority, but it is a minority. So Kent Hovind does not speak for Christianity. He speaks for his particular organization, which, by the way, I've talked to Kent Hovind. He's a true believer in what he says, and, I he's a nice guy, but I think that he's dead wrong about it. And I do agree with you that the young Earth creationist idea, just like flat earthers, right? So many flat earthers approach this from a religious explanation, trying to interpret certain verses of the Bible as being supportive of a flat Earth, despite the fact that they're not. The problem is that you have to take a very literalistic, not literal, but literalistic view of the Bible in order to come across the young Earth creationist model. But a literalistic reading of the Bible ultimately makes no sense. And so it leads you to things like the idea that Jesus is literally a plank of wood with a metal knob on it because he calls himself a door. So in order to read the Bible that way, you have to basically do some serious mental gymnastics. Just like when you look at the Genesis creation week, and people just assume, well, you see, the earth wasn't created in a week. Yeah, you're right. At least based on everything that we understand about geology and cosmology, clearly the earth was created over a process of millions of years. However, if you read the Genesis account as as a piece of literature, if you read it literally as opposed to literalistically, then you can very clearly see the message of Genesis has nothing to do with the age of the earth or the number of days it took to build it. The problem is that that's what some people try to read into it in order to push an agenda. And some of those people are young earth creationist Christians, and some people are atheists. So I would challenge you, Grayson, to look at what the more, for lack of a better term, orthodox Christian view of creation is, and to try not to take a agenda-driven interpretation of Genesis. And you'll find that actually one of the things that's very interesting about the creation week is the way that it is structured actually is a logical order, not a chronological order, and those are two different things. And if you look at days 1, 2, 3, and then days 4, 5, and 6, you can see that days 1 and 4, 2 and 5, and 3 and 6 have a certain correlation that's very interesting. 1 through 3 is the establishment of basically the place, right? The universe, the earth, the seas, the land, the sky, stuff like that. Days 4 through 6 are the population of those same areas in the same order. So the fish, the birds, the vegetation, the land creatures, and finally man. And so it's not necessarily done to teach you, okay, so on Tuesday he did this, and then on Wednesday he did this. The structure of the week was simply a way to frame the various acts of creation that God did. Hope that makes sense. Without knowing if a person was previously exposed to those languages, since that would merely show access to dormant data that existed prior. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, if somebody started, like, for example, I've never taken a formal class in any other language. So if I suddenly could speak fluent French, for example, that would be really something. But I don't think that having someone drive a railroad spike through my skull is going to make it so that I can speak French. And I don't think that we have any way, at least at this point, of downloading said information into your brain. Although, who knows, that may come in the future. But even if you can download, because like if you think of the brain as an access point for your soul, which is kind of how I do, and the brain is damaged, then the soul has difficulty accessing it. And the problem is that brains don't self-repair. And so if the brain is damaged, we'll never really be able to get an accurate telling of whether or not the person felt separated. But my speculation is that they would be, like somebody who's suffering from brain damage like that would feel separated in some way, in a similar way that someone who is consciously aware of being under the influence of drugs or alcohol might realize that they're not in control. AI is going to be used to try and create models of dead relatives. Yeah, that's just weird. Well, Trump steaks, Trump phones, Trump vodka, etc. Yeah, that's Trump selling his own products. That's shilling would be, generally speaking, if somebody is a shill, That means that you're projecting yourself as a neutral, unrelated person. Like, so for example, like you see Herbie the Robot there. And so I'm talking about, what a great movie I think Fantastic Four is. And I'm telling you to trust me because I'm not making money from Disney. I'm not making money from Marvel, anything like that. I'm just giving you my honest, uncensored opinion on the Fantastic Four, and I think it's a great movie. And to which you can take that on faith, or you can be, skeptical of what I have to say. However, if I were a shill, that would mean that while doing exactly what I said, giving you my opinion on the Fantastic Four, I was also being paid by Disney to do that. And you see that all the time now on YouTube, where and now most of the time, you're supposed to tell people when you're shilling. So, for example, if you look at 3D printer reviews, what people should say is, okay, so I'm reviewing the Creality K2 Plus, and just so you're aware, Creality sent me this printer, and then let's say they say, but they don't have control over my editorial opinions on it, or they can say, and this is not my official review, which usually means they do have control over the editorial comments. And so you can take that for what it is. But if somebody doesn't tell you that, that's what really makes the classic shill argument, in that someone is benefiting without telling you that they're benefiting. Let's see. And then let's see. Dog waffles. Now that sounds tasty. If you truly believe that death leads to eternal bliss, then why are you wearing seatbelts? That's kind of an interesting question. Well, right now I'm not wearing seat belts, but when I drive, I do, for a couple of reasons. One, it's the law, and I do, particularly as a Christian, dog waffles, you may find this shocking, but the Bible actually tells you that you're supposed to obey the law. But even if I didn't, it also makes it very clear that I'm supposed to spend the time that I have on earth for the benefit of God's kingdom. Now, I may or may not accomplish that to some extent, but at the same time, that means that every day that I'm still breathing is a day that I have something to do. And so, as long as I am breathing, I will continue to do whatever I believe I am meant to do. And when I'm no longer breathing, then I'll see God. But to suggest that, oh, well, if you really believe in God, you would just, off yourself or not do things to protect yourself from death. I don't fear death, but I'm also, God doesn't, it's kind of funny to think that, oh, so God wants you to be stupid? No. You have nothing to fear from death, but at the same time, it doesn't mean that you should try to bring it about more quickly. I don't think that Salty believes that we can have morality without religion. I would no. Okay. So, can you be a moral person without being a religious person? Absolutely. I think there is no grounds for morality without the belief in God. I don't like saying religion because there's a difference between a religion such as Methodism, Catholicism, being a Baptist, etc., and for example, believing that the Bible is the Word of God. Your religion is an expression of your belief in God, but I don't believe that necessarily you believing in God is a religion, if that makes sense. Just like theism is not a religion, atheism is not a religion. It's how you practice it that can be. Now, as far as morality is concerned, if there is no God, then there is no objective basis for morality, except for utilitarianism. You could argue that, for example, some basic morality is encoded into us based on evolution. But the problem that you run into is that the most moral functions of a society, of an individual in particular, are would be evolutionary dead ends, which is courageousness, bravery, and self-sacrifice are all evolutionary dead ends. And so, because someone who is willing to run into the burning building to save the child is less likely to reproduce than someone who is not willing to do that. And so you would think that that would not be viewed at as a particularly moral thing to do based on evolution. Even though universally we tend to think that the person that runs into the burning building to save the child is a hero. We may or may not vilify the person that doesn't. We might call him a coward, or we might just say, "Well, I probably wouldn't have done it either." But the person who does do it, we tend to call a hero. We tend to lift that person up and suggest that they are somehow better than most. If that were ingrained into our evolutionary biology, it would be counterintuitive. And this is true of a lot of morality. And morality tends to, the most moral things are those things that involve self sacrifice. And when we think of immoral things, for example, the forceful sexual relations on another person is a very immoral act. And yet, that could also very strongly increase your odds of reproducing. And by the way, when you look in the animal kingdom, a lot of animals reproduce by forced sexual acts. And so it's, perfectly normal throughout nature. When you take morality out of the picture, that makes perfect sense from a utilitarian standpoint. The old cartoony images of a caveman hitting the woman over the head with a club and then taking her home would make perfect sense because that is how you reproduce. If reproduction is the name of the game, which according to evolution, it absolutely is. However, morality is definitely counter to that. Now, again, can an atheist be a moral person? 100% absolutely. There are some atheists that are absolutely wonderful people. I have a couple of very close atheist friends that I think are better than 99.9% of my Christian friends, without a doubt. And so, but people confuse morality with salvation. They think that somehow, if you are good enough, you get into heaven, and that if you are not good enough, you go to hell. That's not the metric by which it works. Everyone is condemned because everyone sins, unless they accept the free gift that is salvation. But the funny thing is as Corey, my pastor, likes to say, salvation is free, but it ain't cheap because it costs everything. Personally, I believe in the potential for the inherent goodness of man. Individual people are, from a humanistic standpoint, absolutely, there are good and bad, right? Some people are better than others. And so some people are wonderful, altruistic, caring people. Other people are absolute slime balls. But that's not, and this is the problem. So some Christians genuinely believe that somehow being a Christian makes you a better person. That somehow, because I'm a Christian, then I'm good, and because you're not a Christian, that you're bad. No, that's just silly. If that were the case, then all Christians would be clearly better people. But if you look around in society, Christians are not inherently better people. Robert says, why myself wear a seatbelt? Because it's law here in South Carolina. I can't afford the tickets, yet there's no helmet law here in South Carolina. Motorcycles are much more dangerous. Statistically, though, more people die in cars than motorcycles. I was thinking about it, like when we talk about, every time there's a shooting, we start arguing about gun control, and people say, oh, we need more gun regulation because people are murdered by guns. far more people die in car accidents than guns. So how about we make it the law that starting next year, all cars have to have a regulator in them so that they can't go faster than 55 miles an hour. That would save so many lives. It would save more lives than banning all guns. But yet nobody will do it. Grace says, I don't take any pills that haven't been evidenced through clinical trials, so that's not a good example. Really? So you have the clinical... Okay, so let me ask you this. So this is... I take a lot of prescriptions because I have MS. So this is called pregabalin, right? Pregabalin is to help treat neurological pain. Now, I have a neurologist who I trust, who prescribed the pregabalin. I take the pregabalin on a daily basis, but I have never once actually examined the clinical trials that I assume have been done on pregabalin. And I'm sure you have not looked at the clinical trials of every prescription drug you've ever taken. So when you say you don't take any pills that haven't been evidenced through clinical trials, how do you know that? Have you actually looked at the clinical trials? If a doctor gives you a prescription, you say, whoa, 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 wait a minute, doc. I need to see the clinical trials before I'm willing to take that. Have you ever done that? I would dare say no. I might be wrong, maybe you do, but if so, then you are a very unusual person. Or parting the head of the crypto site so that you could invest several billion immediately into his private crypto company, direct shilling behavior, and a cash for pardon. Again, like I said, people are either going to see through Trump or they're not. And at this point, there's no point in even trying to argue because if you can't see what Trump is, sorry, I'm not a miracle worker. No, I'm not looking for proof, more like just evidence that is compelling or sufficient, which I haven't seen any for God. Okay, show me any evidence to the contrary of what I already presented. I presented some evidence. You might not like it. You might say, oh, well, that's not compelling enough. But then what's the bar? Because the problem is that you believe all sorts of stuff that you have no like when we talk about the existence of the universe. So you believe that there was nothing and now there's something and it just kind of happened, which to me is logically incoherent. But if that's what you believe, then show me the evidence for it because you say you only believe things that you see evidence for. So what is the evidence that the universe simply popped into existence on its own? As some physicists who are desperately trying to support atheism, like Krauss, are trying to suggest. So if you believe that's true, where's the evidence? Let's see. Your inability to attain the same level of understanding as a biochemist who designed the pill isn't an argument for there being no evidence that your pill works. No, it's not meant to be. It's meant to be an argument against the idea that people say, I only believe it when I'm given evidence that it's true. When was the last time you examined the clinical? Because I will tell you, you don't have to be a biochemist to read the abstract of a clinical trial. You really don't. It's not that tough to understand. And you don't have to be a physicist to understand the basics of Hubble's law or Big Bang cosmology or any of that. You don't have to you don't even have to be a physicist to understand the basics of quantum mechanics or special and general relativity. And you certainly don't need to be a physicist to understand Newton's principles. Sure, you need to be a physicist to understand the math, but you don't necessarily have to be a physicist to understand the concepts. And the same is true of chemistry and biology and everything else. And if you, the problem is that I constantly hear people suggest that they only believe things when they're presented evidence, when that is patently absurd. If that were true, you wouldn't believe anything. Because when was the last time someone gave you evidence that the TV in the box was going to work when you purchased it? Well, I just could return it at the store if it didn't. Really? What's the evidence that that's true? Well, they have a policy. Well, what's the evidence that they're going to honor that policy? Well, it's in writing. Well, what's the evidence that and the problem is you could go at, to an absurd level with this kind of stuff, because if you only believe that which you are given evidence for, then you can't believe anything, because you could always regress it back ad infinitum. And nobody does that, because we're human and we tend to take things on faith. We don't sit there and contemplate every day whether or not reality around us exists. We just take for granted that it does. I don't sit there and wonder, I wonder if my wife is really a sentient individual that exists outside of my own physical body, or if I'm just living in a simulation. No, I don't do that every day, because I'm a normal human being, or at least semi-normal. I'd be happy to discuss this with you. It's a bit difficult in this format with the delay. I understand that, and I'm sorry for being so far behind. That's my own slowness, because I get kind of drug into these long-winded explanations for stuff. So, South Carolina passed a helmet law, or do they, or do away with their seatbelt law here? Well, I don't know if South Carolina does ballot measures that you can put on the ballot through signatures, but put it on the ballot, or write your state senators. And just some context, I'm pretty sure Salty went through a period of atheism. So, I was an atheist for some time in my life, actually. So, yes. I was an atheist from, I'd say, probably about 1980. Oh, gosh. Probably from around 1983, 84, around there, up to about 1993 or 4, about 10 years, that I was a actual diehard atheist. And I became a theist before I became a Christian, just to make that clear. There's no logical contradiction with infinitism, and the Big Bang does not make any claim at the beginning of the universe. I've taken graduate level cosmology. Well, that's great that you've taken graduate level cosmology. However, that's the problem. And in fact, I'm glad you mentioned that, because there are lots of physicists that agree with you, mostly physicists that are holding on to atheism in some way, by trying to suggest that an infinite can exist because mathematically we can show it. The problem is that's a worshiping of mathematics. You're just substituting God with numbers. Because the problem is that no, an actual infinite is logically absurd. We just don't want to deal, and you know this. I mean, if you've taken graduate level cosmology, I don't know what your degree is, but if your degree is in cosmology, awesome. But if you genuinely, or if looking at your channel, it seems like, you try to deal with general science topics. So I don't know if what you would be basically arguing for, or what your degree would be in. But however, many people in physics, for example, there are people in physics that'll, if you say, okay, like I was talking to a professor at MTSU just a little over a week ago, and we were having a conversation about the nature of gravity from a relativistic standpoint, and the existence of dark matter. And I challenged a fundamental assumption about gravity, to which he said that what I was suggesting was untrue, not because there was any evidence that what I was saying was untrue, but because that was the current consensus of gravitational theory. And I was like, well, wait a minute, you know. So you're going to just say, oh, because this is what we've always believed, then it's true. Well, now you're being stupid. And and he appreciated the challenge that I was throwing at him. Fortunately, he's not one of those professors that gets all offended if you actually challenge him. But the problem is that we very commonly in physics will say, oh, in fact, I'll tell you what I like, Grayson, is there's a physicist. He's a little cuckoo, but I still like the guy. His name is Michio Kaku. I'm sure you've heard of him since you've taken cosmology, big in string theory. And one of the things that he says, and is one of my favorite quotes of a modern physicist, is that anytime you hear a physicist use the word infinity, then that's just code for we don't know what the hell we're talking about. And I think that is absolutely true. If you're going to argue for any kind of actualized infinite, then you're basically arguing for the logically absurd. And you might as well be arguing for Zeus, because you're arguing for a universe that does not follow logic. And if the universe doesn't follow logic, then you might as well throw science out. Because without assuming logic to be correct, science means nothing. There are many people here in South Carolina that do wear helmets while riding a motorcycle. Well, I think you should wear a helmet when you're riding a motorcycle. It's just common sense. But if it's not the law, then I would say you're not compelled to. The scientific consensus is not the universe has a definitive beginning. That is incorrect. Okay. So, wait, you're not a biochem expert, but you're an astrophysicist. I'm not claiming any kind of expertise. I'm simply making argumentation. I do not use argument from authority. That is a logical fallacy. To hold up credentials and say, therefore, believe me, it basically is just trying to intimidate somebody into science or into silence. If you want to make an argument, make an argument. And I'm not, so if you want to make an argument based on physics or based on biology or whatever, I'm open to it as long as you put it in such a way that lay people can understand. Because I'm not here to host a academic debate on a campus. I'm here to host a discussion mainly on theological topics, but I certainly welcome any kind of discussion on it. Now, if you want to argue that, for example, as Grayson did, that the scientific consensus is not that the universe had a definitive beginning, I would dare say that he is factually incorrect. But the thing is that through confirmation bias, you can certainly make it appear that way. Because if you listen to various mouthpieces, such as Krauss or Tyson, who have an atheistic axe to grind, they will try to come up with ideas that are contrary to the idea of the universe having a beginning. Um, you know, uh, Tyson, for example, is big on the multiverse idea. And Krauss, of course, thinks that the laws of physics, like kind of like Hawking, that the laws of physics themselves are sufficient to bring about the universe, even though that in and of itself is an absurdity. That's like suggesting that the laws of motion will make it so that the 8 ball goes in the corner pocket. No, the cue ball hitting the 8 ball makes the 8 ball go in the corner pocket, not the laws of motion. The laws of motion simply describe what will happen if and when the cue ball hit the 8 ball. And I think that we forget that mathematics, as wonderful of a tool they are, and even the predictive power that it sometimes has, is simply a description of what happens. It's not a causal agent in any way, shape, or form. And sometimes we have to use math that is absurd in order to get around certain problems. And that just shows that the math is incomplete. You're making a special pleading for God as always existing, yet rejecting the universe that we know exists. Couldn't. No, I'm actually not in the case of. Okay, so I would say that God is a unique entity in that he has always existed, or at least that he exists outside of what we call time. As far as the universe being eternal, okay, so let's explore that for a minute. I have no problem with suggesting that perhaps the cosmos itself is eternal. All right, but if that is the case, so that means that what we call the universe existed even though time seems to have started, well, time logically must have started at a definitive point in the past. So, if space, matter, and energy, however, existed in the quote unquote singularity as an eternal construct, and then time started it off into the what we call the inflation. If that's the case, you still run into the problem that the universe changed state from a timeless singularity into a temporal, expanding, inflating universe. So, if it changed state from a timeless singularity into an inflating, expanding universe, something had to act upon it. And that is an absolute necessity. And so, because unless you want to argue pantheism, which the problem is that if you're a self-respecting atheist and you argue pantheism, all you're doing is just changing. You say, "Well, I think God is the universe," because that's what pantheism is. Which is fine if that's what you believe, but then don't call yourself an atheist, because a pantheist is not an atheist. Because you still run into the problem of what can change the state of something without being acted upon. And we only have one example that we know of, and that is the mind. Stan says, and came back to Christianity at least partly through a research study of, let's see, and came back to Christianity at least partly through research and study of available evidence. Yes, that is. So I became a theist primarily because of the nature of the cosmos. And I became a Christian because of the archaeological evidence. As far as comparing various religions, Christianity, Judaism and Christianity have the most archaeological support. And what's really interesting is that, like, common argument from atheists is that extraordinary claims need extraordinary evidence. Okay, fair. And so Jesus Christ was, born of a virgin, lived a virtuous life, preached for a brief time, and then was executed because of his teachings, and then resurrected after his execution. Okay, that's an extraordinary claim. What's interesting is that there is more uh, evidence to this happening, as far as manuscript evidence in particular. And by the way, more contemporaneous manuscript evidence for the life, death, and resurrection of Christ than any other person in the ancient world. And it's not even close, right? There's far more evidence of Christ than Julius Caesar or anybody else from the ancient world. However, we want to say, well, we need extraordinary evidence. Well, okay, there's more evidence for Christ than any other person by a significant margin. And it's also much more contemporary information. And so there's your extraordinary evidence as far as Christianity specifically. And as far as the existence of a creator God, I think that a creator God explains the universe in a way that is not logically contradictory, while any other explanation offered thus far does have logical contradictions. So I would tend to take the explanation that is not logically absurd over the ones that are. Let's see. Is there any way for me to talk to you so I don't have to respond to late comments in live chat? You know what, Grayson? I would be more than happy to do. I can't do it today because after I finish this up, I got to go drive an Uber. But definitely, I say I want to talk to you sometime, so we should definitely arrange that. So I'd be more than happy to have an actual conversation with you. But if we're gonna have a conversation, we should probably try to narrow the focus down to something specific. Let's see. Not really. It's been attempted in the past, but it rarely tends to go very well. Well, the big problem there, Stan, is as far as having discussions, is that if it turns into a shouting match, it's no fun. I'm going to watch some of Grayson's videos and see what he has to say. I miss, and this is something, man, for you guys that haven't been on YouTube for 20 odd years like me, I miss these days, was back in the early days of YouTube. There used to be something called a response video. I really wish they'd bring it back, where somebody would post a video, and then if you had something you want to basically respond to that video, you would collect your thoughts, you'd create your own video as a response, and you would post that as a comment on their video. And so when you bring up their video, right below the player window, you would see the response videos listed, and you can click on the response video and listen to the argument that the other person put up. That, to me, is a far better way to have these types of discussions than even a live debate. Why? Because it gives both sides the opportunity to listen to what the other person had to say and then try to create a good, coherent, concise, and effective argument against it. And so that's one of the reasons I want to look at some of your videos. If there's something I can sink my teeth into to what you're saying, I look forward to it. But, like when I see that you have videos about Kent Hovind on your channel, well, I'm not going to defend Kent Hovind because I think that, he's unfortunately kind of a buffoon when it comes to science. Multi Goodman in the house says, how's it going? I am doing all right, my friend. Maybe a potential argument is that if there is no free will, then God is not worth worshiping anyway. Well, I would say this: if that's another argument that I use for the existence of God is the existence of free will. I would say that if without God, or without the supernatural in particular, then the universe is completely deterministic. And before you start arguing about quantum mechanics, I think that again we confuse unpredictability with randomness. We do that in biology with evolution, where we say random mutation. It's not random, it's just not predictable, at least not by us. We don't know if it's random or not, although I would argue that regardless of whether you believe in atheism or theism, it's not random, because if it's a natural process, it's deterministic. And so, therefore, not random, it's just that we can't predict it. Same thing when we talk about like quantum mechanics, when we're talking about particle velocity and position. We can't know one without the better we know one, the less we know the other, because of the wavelength of light we would have to use to locate a particular particle. We can either nail down its position or its velocity, but not both. And we can't even get either exact, but we can get closer on one, but the closer we get on one, the further we are on the other. And that's because our methodology right now of observing that particle is to put various wavelengths of photons on it. So if we didn't have to disturb the particle to observe it, then that wouldn't be a problem. And further, if we could learn to exactly predict the motion of the particle based on our disturbance of it, that would resolve the problem. But we can't do either right now. It doesn't mean we never will be able to, but chances are, based on our limitations, we probably won't be able to. But just because we can't necessarily know something doesn't mean that it's not deterministic. It just means that we can't know it. But people confuse that and they think random, 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 which I think is a load of crap. However, I will say that I think that the one thing that is not necessarily deterministic is free will. And the reason I say that is I think it is self-evident. I think, therefore, I am. I know for a fact that I can make arbitrary decisions based on my own thought and nothing else. However, I cannot prove that you can do that. I cannot prove that you can't do that because I cannot experience your subjective experience. Although if you're serious, you'd probably be willing to. Yeah, I would definitely be willing to talk to Grayson Hawk after I get a chance to look over some of his work to make sure that we're at least somewhat on the same page for debate. You should have a conversation with Justin from Deconstruction Zone. Don't know who that is, but like again, I will be more than happy to. What I'm thinking about starting to do on this channel at least is looking at different people's videos for people that want to argue one way or the other and doing responses. But again, the problem that I find is that most quote unquote arguments for atheism that I've seen, and by the way, I'm just bringing up Deconstruction Zone on another tab so I can check that out later as well. So now I have Grayson and Deconstruction Zone up here so I can check them out. But one of the problems that we find as far as arguments for so-called arguments for atheism is that either they're just arguments that attack various specific theologies, mostly Christian ideas and mostly young earth creationist ideas, or they are deflections, such as, oh, I don't have to prove anything because I just lack a belief. Or I don't, I just don't have to satisfy burden proof because lack of belief is not a belief, and blah blah blah. And so basically, it's deflecting the issue in that you're just trying to not have to have the argument. And I understand that makes sense because there is no evidence for atheism, and there is evidence for theism. And so if you have evidence on one side and not on the other, well, then the decision becomes pretty obvious. So instead, you just say, well, you have to prove it to me, or you have to give me compelling evidence, but I'm not going to tell you what that means. Instead, I'm just going to say it's not, whatever you give me, it's not enough. Well, that's intellectually dishonest at best. Because if, in fact, if you're an intellectually honest person and you want to say, okay, let's look at this realistically, atheism versus theism, and I'm not talking about atheism versus Christianity or atheism versus Islam or any of that, just atheism versus theism, God versus no God, right? Then what is the actual evidence? And so again, my first order of evidence would be the existence of the universe and the fact that the universe must have either come into existence or changed state in the distant past. Current estimates to be somewhere around 14 to 15 billion years ago. And if that's the case, great. Then then show me your counter to that. That, okay, so if the universe changed state, and you're saying that nope, there was not a being or whatever that caused this to happen. Well, then what did? And the problem is the only answer the atheists ever give is, well, we don't know, but we know it's not your explanation. Well, that's a load of crap. That's not an argument at all. That's like saying, okay, what color is, the balloon inside the box? Well, I think it's green. Well, I don't know what it is, but I know it's not green. Well, how do you know it's not green? I'm maybe I was just making a guess, or maybe I had some kind of evidence that it was green. But if your answer is, I know it's not green, then you must have evidence that it's not green. And if you say, well, I don't have any evidence that it is green, that's still not evidence that it isn't green. As they say, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. So if you want to say that, well, you haven't proven God existed, that's true. But you can't prove anything other than self-existence. And even that I can only prove to myself. Why would a creator bother establishing something where they already knew exactly what was going to happen? Let's see. Oh, as far as there no free will, yeah, I would. Well, I think that I think it goes back to when I made the robot argument. Like if you had a robot wife that simply did, you had a remote control for your wife, and if I hit the button that says kiss, she'd kiss me. If I hit the button that says cook, she'd cook for me. If I hit the button that said, let's get frisky, she gets frisky, right? If that's your wife, right? That might be fun for a time, but eventually it's not it doesn't have any deeper meaning. It doesn't have any connection, because it's just doing whatever the buttons are on the remote that you tell it to do. If you want to have if God's intention with man was to have a relationship with us in some way, which is what most Christians, and in fact most people of most faiths, believe. If God's intent is to have some kind of relationship with man, then it would make sense that man has free will. Because if man doesn't have free will, then he doesn't have a relationship with man any more than the author has a relationship with the words on the page, as if they were a real person, because the words on the page can only do exactly what the author tells them to do. Why wasn't there nerd fights on Friday? Because unfortunately, Mr. Know-It-All had a prior commitment, and we were going to try to do it afterwards, but he was too tired at that point. So, and I really wanted to do it this week too, because we were going to talk about the whole Warner Brothers Netflix deal. I know Mr. Know-It-All has been going through a lot, and so try not to be hard on the guy. I do hope that we're able to get things on track with nerd fights in the not too distant future. I guess I do rewatch movies even though I already know how they're going to end. Well, that's true, but a movie is, like the problem with that is that, like, for example, I love Star Trek, right? So I love Captain Kirk, and I love watching the original series over and over and over. But boy, do I wish there was new content. And that's why I enjoy Strange New Worlds so much, is that that's the closest thing we have to classic Trek in the modern vernacular. And we don't know what's going to happen with the next season of Strange New Worlds. And, I just wish that it was more like the original series and that it was actual science fiction. But Star Trek hasn't been actual science fiction since 1987. I kind of don't get the question. Well, as far as the free will thing, God plays the long game. We could get instant gratification at the moment, or extreme peace and happiness in addition to our pain later, with our pain no longer there. Right, and I think, like I said, is that if a person loves God despite life sucking, that makes a bigger that means something, as opposed to a person living in either living in a perfect paradise where nothing ever goes wrong, in which case, by the way, that means there's nothing really everybody be bored. I mean, think about it. If there was no such, if people say, oh, why didn't God just make the world perfect like it was in Eden, right? Why is there disease and why is there hunger and why is there pain and why is there all this stuff? And it's like, you know what? If life had no problems whatsoever, then what we currently would call great times or wonderful times or moments of happiness or whatever you want to call it would simply be mundane. It would mean nothing. So I think that there is a point to that. You'll see Stan saying, kind of agreeing with her. Creating a universe without free will would be like reading a book that you already know the ending of. Yes. Let's see. I think I need a better metaphor. International Scout Harvester. Okay. International Scout Harvester. When you struggle with science and rational thought, you all you go all in with Bronze Age tales. So this is a classic example of basically trying to suggest that, oh, you can't understand, and this goes kind of to some of the things I've said earlier. Thank you for commenting, by the way. The idea that, well, you clearly can't understand science, and so you just believe these made up fairy tales from the Bronze Age. First of all, trying to suggest that people from the Bronze Age were somehow dumb compared to people today, right? Because after all, they were a bunch of idiots, right? I mean, sure, Mary shows up and says she's pregnant, and everybody just believes that it's God's baby. Yeah, we know what Mary was doing. Which, of course, is classic arguments from people that never read the Bible, because if you read the Bible, the first thing Joseph was like, yeah, I know where babies come from. Don't lie to me. And so he's going to divorce her, right? So it's not like people didn't know where babies came from 2,000 years ago. But besides the insulting of people from 2,000 years ago, you assume that the person doesn't understand science, because obviously, if science is correct, then you can't possibly have God, right? Except that there's no conflict between science being correct and God existing. And that's what I think is so laughable about people that think that there is some kind of conflict. That, oh, well, we couldn't possibly have God because we have the theory of evolution. So what? What makes you think that God can't exist in a universe, or he's beyond the universe, but what the universe can't exist with alongside God, where evolution happens? Why is that so hard to wrap your head around? Or the idea that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, or that the universe is 14 billion years old, or any of that. Why is that such a conflict with the belief in God? Well, it's not. It's just that people who are atheists and try to use that as a crux. The funny thing is that science and religion have not really historically have not really had a lot of conflict. That's a myth propagated by the likes of Dawkins and Hitchens and stuff like that. But the simple fact is that if you look at the history of science, science came from religion, and all of the greatest thinkers in the history of science were devoutly Christian individuals. There are a few Muslims, but most of them were devoutly Christian. And so there is no conflict, but I understand people want there to be a conflict so that they can claim, well, science is right, therefore religion is wrong. Whatever. I was waiting to Danny, Mr. Know-It-All, probably both busy. Yeah, I'm sorry. What does God need with a starship, after all? The true God doesn't need a starship. That is true. Let's see. Grayson said, there is not a logical necessity for a prime mover first cause. No, there are many plausible models that don't have that feature, like the Hartle-Hawking model. Yeah, the Hartle-Hawking model is fundamentally flawed, though, and that's just it. You're citing these models that I've already talked about, but the problem is that they basically try to what they do is they just substitute God for magic or for nothing, right? Literally, they say nothing, but they say, but when we say nothing, we don't mean what you mean when we say nothing, because in order to have nothing create something, they have to have nothing not mean nothing, so that nothing can then produce something. Which I know that sounds silly, but that is absolutely what some of these arguments postulate. And I get it. You can cling to that if you want, but it's still. I mean, the funny thing is that if turn on your critical thinking ability for a moment and ask yourself, if the laws of mathematics can cause something to happen, because that's kind of what Hawking was suggesting. I understand that I'm simplifying it, of course, because that's the point of this is not to try to throw a bunch of math at people, because I wouldn't debate that his mathematical formulas are logically consistent within themselves, but that doesn't mean that they're logically consistent when compared to reality. Because what we do is we just substitute God with math. So if you want to worship the God, oh, math, that's perfectly fine. Just call it what it is. I'm not going to worship numbers. I'm going to worship the actual God. Why does there need to be a thing that started everything that's something you're just claiming? Why do I claim that? Because it is a logical necessity. And that's the problem. You see, it's funny because in Star Trek 6, Spock said even logic must give way to physics. Now, he was talking about the idea that the assailants on Gorkon's ship had to have their gravity boots on when they left because the gravity hadn't yet been restored. But the truth is that even physics must give way to logic. The laws of logic are truly universal, and I get that you want the laws of logic to be bendable so that you can fudge things and say, oh yeah, nothing created something because something was necessary. But then why did something happen 14 billion years ago? Why not 137 billion years ago? Why not, infinity ago? And the problem is, well, infinity ago can't happen because you can't cross an infinite. However, people say, well, why can't you cross an infinite? Because infinite is not, the funny thing is people, this is the dirty little secret that people don't talk about. Infinity is not a number. There is no such thing as infinity. Infinity is a placeholder for something that is too large or too small to comprehend, even with our advanced mathematics. There's simply, to try to suggest that an infinite amount of time has gone by leads to all the Hilbert's Hotel type of absurdities. But they don't want to talk about that. Instead, they just say, well, we have this model or this model that doesn't require a God. And it's like, yeah, it doesn't require a God because it invokes magic. And that's the problem. I'm not, I'm not suggesting that science is a bad thing. But when you try to use science to invoke magic, I think that's silly. God's hand is all over my life. There's proof for me, but I'm not a scientist. I understand that, and that's like personal experience, and I don't use that as a form of argumentation. But personal experience is probably the most powerful thing that convinces people that God is real. However, You can always, a non-believer can simply wave off any kind of personal experience and say, well, it's just a delusion. And yet modern science tells us that if you believe that you are a gender other than you really are, then you are that gender. So words don't mean words. Gotcha. That's not what I said. The Genesis story is out of order based on what we know scientifically. The sun is older than the earth, therefore there was light before the earth. And again, and you may not have been here when I said it earlier. I know this is an hour-long old comment, and I apologize, guys, that I'm so far behind. But you guys have been leaving a lot of great comments. However, I would say this is that no, the if you so you're taking a literalistic approach to Genesis, which is a relatively recent thing, something that's only been around for the last 200 years or so. The general idea of what Genesis has meant to theologians prior to the 19th century has never been that the earth was created in 6 days 6,000 years ago. Nor that the Genesis order of things is necessarily meant to be taken as well. This is, on Monday, God created the heavens and the earth, but then on Wednesday He created the sun and the moon. I get why people think that. Because if you look at it from a literalistic perspective, that's certainly what it looks like. However, you're not taking into account cultural and historical context on it. The point of Genesis was not to tell the story of exactly how the universe was created. It was to contrast with the pagan beliefs of the time, which was that the universe basically was the purview of these gods that created different aspects of the universe. Or in some cases, such as certain stories that people think that the Bible is plagiarism of, that the universe spawned the gods, right? That God, in fact, created the whole show. And that it shows, again, if you look at the first 3 days of the creation week, that God created the environment in which everything exists. And in the latter 3 days of the week, He populated said environments. So, for example, on day one, He created, the heavens, if you will, right? On day three, which would be the literal view of it, day three and day one are linked, just like day two and day four, and day three and I'm sorry, day one and day four, day two and day five, day three and day six. So on day four is when God created the sun and the moon, which is what and the stars, I believe, and that's what populates the sky, which was created on day one. It's kind of interesting, actually, a very interesting study. But the problem is that people just want to assume a literalistic, because that's a straw man argument in order to make it easy to dismiss, rather than to actually look at what it really says, especially from a cultural standpoint. Um, and the real irony of that is the simple fact that people that make that type of argumentation then get really offended when someone who is woefully ignorant of, say, evolutionary biology, like, say, Kent Hovind, who will say things like, well, if man evolved from monkeys, why are there still monkeys, right? And of course, they'll do the face palm and they'll scream from the high heavens about, how in the world can you be so ignorant of evolutionary biology as to, first of all, think that we even came from monkeys, or that, understand why, and it's because, yeah, they're being ignorant of the actual theory, just as people that make statements like you just made, or you made an hour ago, Daryl, however you say your name, obviously are very ignorant of what Genesis means because you just take it as you apply presentism. You read it as if it was written last week, as opposed to it being written some 3,500 I think years ago or so. Let's see. Let's see. This is so hilarious. Show me evidence that religion creating unicorn didn't create all religions. Huh? Show me the evidence that religion creating unicorn didn't create all religions. Okay. Well, the Book of Mormon was written by a man named Joseph Smith in the 19th century. Now, his claim was that he saw some golden plates and everything, but we do know that the authorship of the Book of Mormon is accredited to Joseph Smith. The Quran was actually not written by Muhammad because Muhammad himself was illiterate, but it was dictated by Muhammad himself, and his sayings and everything were collected into what we later called the Quran. The New Testament of the Bible was written by a plethora of, the Old Testament as well, was written by a plethora of authors, most notably Paul, formerly known as Saul, who was a Pharisee who converted into the early church, wrote several well documented letters to various churches around the region. Another notable author was John, who was one of the original 12 who wrote the Gospel of John, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd John, as well as the book of Revelation. You also had writings of Peter and others. These people, the original apostles of Christ, the 11 that survived after his ministry, with the addition of Paul, were considered the founders of Christianity. Now, Judaism is a little tougher. I mean, it was basically, if you want to look at the origins of the Torah, would be is accredited to Moses. But the problem is you're going back so far in history now that it's harder and harder to verify some of this stuff. But it's believed that Moses wrote the Torah. But the real founder, if you will, of Judaism would you'd probably say would be Abraham. But while Abraham was really the father of the religion itself, Moses was probably the person who you could accredit for creating the religion of Judaism. Now, as far as other world religions, you could talk about Buddha, you could, and all that, but you get the idea. So, I've just given you various pieces of evidence to show that other religions, between, Mormonism, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, were all founded by different people, as opposed to founded by a religion creating unicorn. And so there you go. I gave you evidence to contradict your statement that you felt was impossible to contradict. You're welcome. And that's why the burden of proof argument is a bunch of BS. Because yes, you're right that if I need to be able to show the origins and foundations of Christianity if that's what I'm defending. But that's not even what I was defending. I was defending theism, which is not Christianity. And theism, I think, is evident through the existence of the universe. And so far, no counter argument except to say, just like in the DC universe, Brainiac isn't good or evil, just following its programming. Going back to that one, huh? Anecdotes aren't evidence. Actually, anecdotes are evidence. It's something that's called testimony. And now you can argue that it's not the best form of evidence that you could possibly have. And in the modern context, it would be correct to suggest that, for example, it would be far superior to have, say, a video of someone doing something than the testimony of somebody saying what they did. And so, but if you want to simply dismiss any and all evidence based on it being an anecdote, if anything that written down is an anecdote, well, that means, I guess, all scientific papers ever written are not evidence, right? Because they're just anecdotes. They're just opinions of various. And by the way, obviously, I don't believe this, but since you obviously seem to be a person who believes in scientism, if you want to dismiss things that are written because they're just anecdotes, then that would include things that are written by people you support, and that means there's no evidence for anything that's not happening right now. Grayson says, "It's a really poor format to have a discussion. I'd much prefer to actually talk about the subjects, not just in comments." I understand, but that's the nature of the beast. I'm sorry. There have been times when I used to have people on the show, people would do things that were ridiculously inappropriate. But I think you've made a couple of good points. And I understand that, yeah, it can be frustrating that it's not just you and I having a conversation. But again, I'm going to look over your channel. Maybe I'll post a couple of videos responding to some of your stuff. Maybe we can have a conversation. But right now, I can't just have somebody come on. You've been great so far, but I can't just say, "Oh, sure, come on the show," and then the next thing I know, you're doing something that's going to get me banned from YouTube on a live stream because you can. And I've had people try to do that. And so, I've had people try to show porn on the channel. I've had people try to literally, stand up and drop their pants while doing a live stream. Yes, that kind of stuff does happen, and I'm not going to take that chance. Dogwolf says, "Yeah, without anyone being able to go back and forth, just watching some pontificate unchecked." You know, I understand that you're saying that, but I would agree with you if I didn't respond to all the comments. But to suggest that I'm just going pontificating unchecked, the reason that I'm so far behind in the comments is because I'm reading every single comment. So if you want to check me on something, you put it in the comments. But just to warn you, I am going to be wrapping it up fairly soon, so I won't get to every comment, and I don't know if I'll even get to every comment that's in there right now. I don't know how many comments I still have to get to. Let's see. It's because he knows he wouldn't stand up to actual argumentation from an atheist. Yeah. I first of all, trying to, I don't know, trying to get emotional argument or response out of me or something like, oh, that's not right. I'm sorry, not going to happen. I've been arguing with atheists for 20 odd years on YouTube. You can find videos of some of my old channels, from a very, very long time ago. And so I have no fear of atheists. In fact, I welcome the conversations because I think atheists are, for the most part, wonderful people. But if you want to throw that kind of thing out there, that's just a good way for me to say, okay, not going to have a conversation with that person, because obviously that's the kind of person that just wants to throw emotionally charged, argumentative comments out there as opposed to an actual argument for their beliefs, which, is what I'm looking for. So 200 years ago, they thought the Earth was billions of years old. That's not what I said. I said that the young Earth creationist model is only a very recent thing. Not that they believe, obviously, the current cosmological age of the universe is not the same as what, we believed before. And in fact, the funny thing is, though, prior to the 20th century, most science simply believed that the universe was, in fact, even in the 20th century, when I was young, it was a debate as to whether or not it was the Big Bang cosmology or the steady state cosmology. The Big Bang obviously won out that one. But prior to the 20th century, it's pretty much, believed that it was some form of steady state as far as the universe itself. It wasn't until we discovered Hubble's law that we realized that wasn't the case. I spent a night at Kevin Hovind's Dinosaur Adventureland. Never been to his Dinosaur Adventureland, but I've met Kent Hovind face to face in Portland, Oregon, a long time ago. And I've also just had conversations with him online. And I disagree with him wholeheartedly when it comes to his version of cosmology. But unfortunately, and so he's the poster boy for people that want to try to suggest that Christians are a bunch of idiots that believe that Adam and Eve rode dinosaurs to Sunday school. And I get why that's an easy target, but honestly, it's a straw man of Christianity because Kent Hovind is not the majority of Christians. You know, he just isn't. And unfortunately, to try to suggest he is pure ignorance. Trouble is that live panels always seem to degenerate into loud arguments. Hard to find a better way to enable the discussions. I agree. That's why I think that video responses was the best way, and probably what I'm going to try to reinstitute to a certain extent here. Modern young Earth creationism is new, but Christians and Jews still believe the Earth was only a few thousand years old and that Noah's flood happened before then, both of which are false. Again, for Noah's flood, you're acting like there's this monolithic belief that Noah's flood, and the general idea that some people have that Noah's flood was something that where the entire planet was covered in water to the extent that the highest mountain peaks on the planet were completely submerged, and that you know, two of every unclean, or actually four, because I think it was two males, two females, if I remember correctly. But so two pairs of every unclean animal and seven pairs of every clean animal were somehow on a singular ark, and that blah buddy blah. We know the story. That is what some people have always believed. There are other people that, when you go back, I mean, you got to read some of the. I mean, if you look at some of the early church fathers, have had some serious discussions on some of this stuff. And in fact, I think it was Thomas Aquinas. I could be wrong. Who was saying that when you look at the world and you look at Scripture and you see that they don't line up, then we need to look at, is there a reasonable interpretation of Scripture that we are not currently subscribing to? And if that is the case, then we need to change our interpretation. The earliest church fathers believed this, but, unfortunately, just like in the scientific community today, once dogma sets in, it just becomes very difficult to change. And so, we're going to say, no, absolutely, random mutation is random as opposed to unpredictable. Or but when that's clearly not true. It's the same thing when we look at the world. If we say, okay, so the church may, like, for example, let's look at one of the classic things, the Copernicus. Now, here's the funny thing about Copernicus. A lot of people thought that, okay, so, or actually, we'll fast forward, because Copernicus started with Galileo, if we really want to get into it. So Galileo, pioneered the heliocentric model, right? Where the sun was the center of the universe as opposed to the Earth. And this helped solve a lot of problems as far as orbits, even though, ironically, oh gosh, I'm forgetting what it's called, but the geocentric model, with its retrograde orbits and stuff, which made no sense, but it was a way to calculate things, was actually more accurate than the early heliocentric models. But that's a whole other thing. But anyway, so Galileo put out this model that the sun, not the Earth, was the center of the universe. And so this obviously went against church orthodoxy, which said that the earth was the center of the universe. And so because of that, Galileo was tortured and imprisoned and all that. And it wasn't until very recently that the church finally, basically restored him as a upstanding member. Correct? Well, no. That's partially true, but only partially. Number one, the reason that the prevailing school of thought was that the Earth was the center of the universe was not because it was some edict handed down by the Pope. It was because that was the scientific consensus at the time. And that goes back, by the way, to the pre-Christian era, because if you simply, before the invention of telescopes or anything like that, and you just start to observe the night sky and the day sky, and you're looking at everything, it does appear that we're on a stationary object and everything is moving around us, right? That would be the simple layperson's observance, right? And it's not until you really start getting into it you start to realize that that might not be 100% accurate. Which is kind of funny because when that goes back to like atheism is the default position, well, the default position is that the earth is flat and everything orbits around it. That doesn't make the default position correct. But even so, atheism isn't the default position, agnosticism is. But or actually, truly, non theism is the default position, ignorance of the concept. But at any rate, if we look at the actual history of Galileo, well, the prevailing scientific thought at the time was that the Earth was the center of the universe. Galileo was trying to contradict that, and Galileo actually got permission from the Pope to publish his works. Now, this is where Galileo was, a lot of people don't realize this, but Galileo was kind of a dick. And so Galileo went to the Pope, who was actually an old friend, and he spoke to the Pope about this, and he wanted to publish his theory. And the Pope said, okay, you know what? I'm okay with it, but we got to make sure, because we got a lot of people in the scientific community that are really getting pissed off about this, and I don't want to cause, a big old kerfuffle over this. So here's what we're going to do. Will you please include in your publishing that God could have created the universe in any given way and just given it the appearance that it has, so that at least it lets them continue with their beliefs, blah, blah, blah. And then Galileo agreed. So then Galileo wrote his groundbreaking paper. Now, what he did was he framed the argument in a fictionalized debate. It's kind of an interesting idea. And so he created these characters, one of which was arguing for a geocentric model, the other was arguing for a heliocentric model. And so they were having a debate in this work. And then between them was the moderator of said debate. And I'm sorry, I can't remember the name of the guy, but the moderator's name in the Latin translates to basically buffoon. So the moderator was an idiot, and the moderator was basically treated like the comic relief, asking stupid questions throughout the debate. So then, at the end of the debate in this story, it's clear that, because Galileo was trying to argue for the heliocentric model, so it's clear that the heliocentric person wins the debate. But the moderator, the buffoon, the idiot, the fool, says exactly word for word what the Pope demanded that he included in the paper. And so he made a literal mockery of the Pope by casting him as a buffoon in his seminal work on heliocentrism. And so that is when the Pope was like, okay, you know what? That ain't going to fly. And so they put Galileo under house arrest. Now, he was never tortured, and he was never thrown in the dungeon. He lived in absolute, luxury for his day, but he was under house arrest, and because he literally insulted the Pope, and that's how he lived out the rest of his life. And it wasn't until recently that basically the church said, "Yeah, we shouldn't have put him under house arrest." But all that being said, was Galileo just, oh, well, the church always believed that the earth was the center? Well, pretty much all science believed that both pre and post Christian science and philosophers believed that the earth was the center of the universe. It wasn't just a religious belief that he went against. And the interesting thing is that today, if someone goes against the dogma of the scientific community, then they are just as quickly ostracized today. But unfortunately, what we want to do is just pretend that science is this wonderful, open, honest, self-correcting community, when in actuality, many times when someone has a new idea, rather than looking at it with intellectual honesty, it's looked at particularly for even ideas that today we take for granted, like relativity and quantum mechanics, right? Like those types of things are mocked by scientists. The Big Bang Theory, which most people take as, yeah, that's what it is. The name Big Bang Theory was a mockery of the actual theory, which was called the primordial atom. So it's kind of interesting that, these things were all mocked by scientists in the early days. Einstein himself mocked quantum mechanics in the early days. It's just kind of hilarious the way that scientists are. They tend to be extremely arrogant individuals, probably in part because they're also people that are very smart, and people that are very smart tend to forget that they're still fallible human beings. But, it's going back to now looking at things like the Noatic flood. There were differing opinions on the Noatic flood going back to antiquity. Some people believe that the Noatic flood was a event that literally covered the entire planet, right? Just like you were describing here. Other people believe that the flood was a metaphor for some other type of catastrophe, or even just for a metaphor for God's frustration with the corruption of man. There are still other people that believe that the flood was some kind of regional event, as far as, maybe it was some cataclysm that affected, the area of, wherever Eden was, but that area got wiped out. And then after that, we ended up in what we now call the Middle East. The answer, who knows? And the funny thing is, to me, it's something that's not worth fighting over. I don't fight with other Christians over whether or not the Noatic flood was regional, worldwide, or metaphorical, because that's not the point. If you look at the everything up until the time of Abraham was basically written in the format of being what we would call in Jesus's day a parable. That is, stories that have a strong spiritual point or center. And then after the Noatic flood, it's kind of interesting because Genesis kind of takes a turn where suddenly it becomes a much more typical historical narrative, starting with Abraham. And that is an interesting change in the way things are done, particularly if you look at, the garden and Adam and Eve and stuff. It's obvious. I mean, even in the English translation, it does not take, a linguistics professor to figure out that Genesis chapter 1 is a poem. It's just that, what we want to do is argue that, it doesn't follow scientific theory and therefore religion bad, I guess. Let's see. You're lying. 200 years ago, circa the 1820s, many Christians believed the earth was approximately 6,000 years old based on biblical genealogies. Okay. So you are saying many Christians believe. So define many, and as opposed to the church leadership and the consensus. Like for example, many people today believe that the Earth is flat. Does that mean that 500 years from now, people are going to say that the majority of people in the 21st century believe the Earth was flat? Well, if they do, they're being just as ignorant as you're being with that statement. Oh, yeah, no one likes a panel of people yelling over each other. How about one on one? Other channels pull that off all day long. I may do that in the future. It depends on if we see a growing interest in it, dog waffles. I'm certainly open to it. I used to discuss things with atheists all the time. However, we have to basically agree on a topic that we're going to discuss on. We have to agree on what that topic means, and we would have to agree on things like we're going to be civil and basically just not be dicks about everything, which unfortunately is what things tend to devolve into. And again, words don't mean words. I don't know what you mean by that because I didn't say words don't mean words. And in fact, the funny thing is that, words meaning, unless you're talking about the interpretation of Genesis and stuff. Here's the problem. You're right. Words mean words. But you also have to understand that you're reading an English translation of a book written in an ancient language that has a very different cultural and historical context than we're used to. You know, to argue that, oh my gosh, I can't believe that Genesis had the sun and the moon created on day 4, therefore it's scientifically incoherent, is to a suggest that Genesis is meant to be written as a scientific paper. B, that it would be even written from a modern cosmological sense. So I don't see any mentions of quantum mechanics in William Shakespeare, and I don't think too many people argue that Shakespeare wasn't a great writer. Let's see. Seatbelts. So there must be some reason for life. Otherwise, why not just start off in heaven? Well, and some people would argue. See, the funny thing is, it's like heaven is a misnomer, of course. Paradise is actually the accurate term, and it did start off in paradise. The Eden was paradise, and we'll see paradise again. It seems like you're using post hoc reasoning to apply your own interpretation of what Genesis is saying, but but not letting the text speak for itself. Even though you have to pick, but even then you'd have to pick between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. Well, that's actually an interesting statement. So Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, some people try to suggest is somehow a conflict, right? Because Genesis 1 is the creation week, per se, right? Where you have particularly, and I will go, let's see. Um, so on the sixth day, after God creates the various animals and livestock, it says, starting at verse 26 of Genesis 1, God said, "Let us make mankind in our image, in our likeness, so that they may rule over the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky, over the livestock and all the wild animals, and over all the creatures that move along the ground." So God made mankind in his own image, the image of God. In the image of God, he created them, male and female, he created them. So, in that passage, clearly it states that man and woman were created simultaneously, right? The God created humans in the same way that he created pretty much everything else. But then you fast forward to Genesis 2, and Genesis 2, starting at verse 4, says, "This is the account of the heavens and the earth when they were created, when the Lord God made the earth and the heavens. Now, no shrub had yet appeared on the earth," and it starts to go on about telling the story of the Garden of Eden. And so here's where we run into some interesting problems, right? So again, we're applying presentism. So we're reading it like it was written last Tuesday as opposed to 3,500 years ago. But we start out, and by the way, just I'm sure obviously being a smart person already know this, but the chapters and verses did not exist in the old manuscripts. Genesis was simply written as a singular book without chapter and verse numbers. That was added in later as a method of referencing various specific points. So the fact that chapter 1 and chapter 2, that means nothing. All right, so just to make that clear, so there was no break between chapter 1 and chapter 2, and the fact that you have verse 1 and verse 2 means nothing because there was no verse 1 or verse 2. So what's interesting is that if you look at the structure of the Hebrew writing, so at verse 4 of chapter 2, this is the account of the heavens and the earth when they were created, when the Lord God made the earth and the heavens. Now, what a lot of people believe, and it does seem to make sense, is that this is a bookmark to what we just read, the creation week. Because keep in mind that even though you think of the creation week as just chapter 1, chapter 2, verse 2 is the seventh day, right? So, in fact, if we start at the beginning of chapter 2, it says, "Thus the heavens and the earth were completed in all their vast array. By the seventh day, God had finished his work, and he had began doing. So on the seventh day, he rested from all his work. Then God blessed the seventh day, and he made it holy, because he rested from all his work of creating that he had done. This is the account of the heavens and the earth when they were created, when the Lord God made the earth and the heavens." Now, the thing about that is that sounds like the ending to the creation week. But verse 4 is often attributed as the beginning of the garden story. But it seems more like it's the ending of the creation week story. So the first part of the Bible is the creation week, talking about the overview of all of creation. Then we get into the Garden of Eden. And some people say, okay, well, here's a conflict because it says there's no shrub had yet appeared on the earth, and no plant had yet sprung up, for the Lord God had not sent rain upon the earth, and there was no one to work the ground. But streams came up from the earth and watered the whole surface of the ground. Then the Lord God formed a man from the dust of the ground, and he breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living being. And so people argue, aha, you see, there's our blatant conflict and contradiction if you compare that to the first chapter, because in the first chapter, we had all the stuff created. We had, all the vegetation and the animals and all that. And then man was the apex of creation. And then we get to chapter 2, and it says there was nothing in the land. And so God created man and then the garden. But again, we're not looking at it properly. We're not looking at it literally. We're looking at it literalistically. We're taking it like this is a continuation of the first chapter. It's not. We're looking at a separate parable at this point. And the interesting thing is that if you look at the Eden story, there's nothing about Eden that contradicts the first chapter unless we become dogmatic about the fact that certain things that we have always assumed, like, for example, Adam and Eve were the only two human beings on the planet, which, by the way, doesn't say that. And another thing, it's kind of funny because a lot of people say, well, wait a minute. When Cain left Eden and he went to the city of Nod and took a wife, wait a minute. Who was in the city of Nod and how did he take a wife? Well, again, it doesn't say that Adam and Eve were the only two people on the planet. It simply says that God planted a garden in the east, in Eden. Now, when it says things like there's no shrub on the earth and no plant had sprung up, this is another problem that we have with translating these ancient languages, is that we're reading the modern English, and so we say, aha, you see, there's no plants anywhere on earth at the beginning of this part of the story, except that the word that is translated to earth is this, and yes, it is the same word as used in different context of the word earth, just as the word earth in the modern context can be used differently. But in the context of this particular passage, it's talking about the ground, right? It's talking about earth as in the soil. And so at this particular location, Eden, there was no plants and there had not yet been rain. And so, and God then, put a stream there, and then he planted a garden there and all that, and he put a dude there to take care of his garden. Nothing about that necessarily means that that couldn't have happened after the first 6 days of creation. So it's entirely possible that humanity had evolved, if you will, and that the world had gone through what we pretty much accept from a scientific perspective as far as the age of the dinosaurs and their extinction, and then the rise of mammals and the evolution of man and all that. And then God was like, you know what, I'm going to plant a garden over here. So and he picks out a nice area that he likes, but it's like currently barren. He plants some stuff there, and then he creates a guy specifically for this job. And Adam and Eve were created as the perfect human specimens. And interestingly enough, their direct descendants it was Abraham, and Abraham, of course, the father of the Jewish nation, who were the chosen people. So that there's nothing about that is inherently contradictory. But what you have to do is assume that the Bible was written last Tuesday instead of 3,500 years ago, and in order to get some of the conflict that many people in the modern era read into this. But no, that's not an ad hoc explanation. That's simply looking at it from a literal perspective as opposed to a literalistic one. Let's see. I wasn't meant to be a point of contention. It's a joke from Doug Stanhope. Okay, I did not know that, so I apologize if I took something the wrong way. But let's see. What was the reason for life in the mind of a theist? It depends. I mean, to say a theist, theists are as varied as any other group of people. So I would say, generally, from the Christian theist position, that the reason for life is the pleasure of God. God wanted to create a free will being to have relation with him. Now, you might argue, well, why? I don't know. You have to ask him. Why not just start with heaven if that's where God wants us to be? So again, and I know I kind of hinted on this earlier, but heaven is a misnomer. A lot of people think that like after you die, you like grow wings and live on a cloud, strum a harp or whatever. That's complete BS. Heaven does not exist in the way that you imagine it. After death, you are, basically the description in the Old Testament will be Sheol, and that's where your spirit is separated from your body. And we don't really know if when you're in Sheol, if you are aware of the passage of time or not. Some people argue you are, some people argue you're not. However, after some amount of time, there will be the resurrection. The resurrection is when all people, and all means all, as in, it doesn't matter if you're saved or not, and it doesn't matter what, your religious belief or whatever, all people will be resurrected. And at that point, all people will be judged. And there are two judgments that happen. The first one is the judgment of condemnation, and that is the idea that either you have accepted the free gift of salvation or you have not. If you have not, if you've rejected the free gift of salvation, then the way that Revelation describes it is you're cast into the lake of fire. People argue as to what exactly that means. Whether some people argue you're tortured for all eternity. Other people argue that you are destroyed, which is where I tend to fall in that spectrum. And some people believe that you are there for some temporary amount of time, which I think that there's no biblical evidence for that one. But At any rate, the condemned are cast into the lake of fire as it's described in Revelation. The rest are preserved. Now, those people, now God wipes away the universe as we know it, and it actually, the way it describes it in Revelation is that God would wipe away the heavens and the earth, and a new heavens and a new earth would be created. In other words, the universe at some point will be completely wiped out and replaced. And in the replacement universe, that is where we, at least anybody who is accepted salvation, will exist. And unlike in the original, in Earth 1.0, the tree of life, in other words, the tree that would have given Adam and Eve immortality, will not be removed from our presence. And so we would be able to continue forever in that state. And that would be a universe that is not fallen, not corrupt, and not decaying, which means that all things would in fact be permanent. Unlike the current universe, which interestingly enough, one of the basic laws of this universe is that entropy increases over time, and eventually, at least based on all our current information, the universe will simply decay into radiation. So the Bible kind of supports that. But that at some point before total decay, God is going to simply wipe the whole slate clean and start a new universe in which we will live. However, so the short version, though, is why not just start with heaven? He did start with what we call heaven. Eden was a paradise. However, we rejected it. And that's the whole point of the fall. And so the second Earth that is to come some point in the future will simply be what was intended the first time around. But hopefully people at that point, because, and keep in mind, so the only people that will be there in Earth 2.0 would be the people that went through the crap of Earth 1.0 and accepted God anyway. And so now people have made their free will choice to commune with God. And so now the free will issue of the existence of paradise is no longer an issue. And so paradise can move on for, eternity. Many people believe the forthcoming war with Venezuela isn't really about stopping the drugs coming there. It's really about their oil. People say wars are for oil all the time, whether they are or not. And so I know there are probably people that think that it's really all about the Epstein files, but whatever. I'm more afraid of life than afraid of death. Okay. Life is like cooking a meal. It's supposed to be prepared before it's enjoyed. That's an interesting way to put it. I'd be afraid of life too if I thought I was being judged by a sky daddy all the time. Well, that's great. I don't believe I'm judged by a sky daddy. And if you want to use insulting terms, please just go away if you haven't already. Now, that's one opinion, but from my view, you're cooking the meal and throwing it in the trash. Okay. Life is more like music. You're supposed to dance or sing while it's being played. If you wait until the end to enjoy it, you're going to be shocked to find that there is no encore. Or, and just let me say it, Waffles. I mean, obviously, I assume you take the atheistic position on this, but I would say this. What makes you think that Christians don't enjoy life? I mean, is it because, what, we don't believe in adultery? Or that we don't believe in stealing? What, murder? What is it that we are depriving ourselves in? Now, I'm sure sexual immorality is usually the biggest one that people come up with. But honestly, why do you think Christians don't enjoy life? Because I happen to know for a fact plenty of Christians enjoy life just fine. And in fact, many Christians can basically persevere through dark times that they couldn't without that joy that comes from their Christianity. So I think you're missing out on a lot if you think that, well, somehow, we're just not enjoying life like you are because you can go out and party. And the funny thing is that you can follow hollow pursuits that ultimately are not fulfilling. I mean, sure, you can go out and drink and get high and have sex all day long with everybody you want, and you might enjoy it at the time, and then the next day you're going to wake up with a hangover. And then you're going to do it again, and you're going to do it again. And it's like anything that you become addicted to, it can never truly satisfy you. It just becomes a deeper and darker need. And that's the insidious part of living a hedonistic lifestyle. You can never be satisfied. But, you go ahead and think that we can't enjoy life. The person who runs into a burning building is doing so to preserve genetic members of their society, meaning it has valid evolutionary outcome on the species level. But you see, that's a very interesting statement, because here's the problem with it. It's not a trait that could be passed on. Because if it's a genetic quality, and most people argue that much of our personality is genetic in some way. And so if it's a genetic part of our self that makes us more courageous or more willing to be self-sacrificial, that is not being passed on if the person is dying in a courageous act. Yes, it may benefit society. And you might say, oh, it makes it valid because it benefits society, except that that's not how evolution works. And to suggest it is to, I'm sorry, but evolution is not mystical transmission of happy feelings to people. It's very cut and dry how evolution works, right? If your genetics if you have X set of genetics and you reproduce, you are more likely to pass on those genetics to the next generation. If you reproduce 50 times, then your genetics have 50 shots at going on into the next generation, right? If you reproduce once, you only get one shot. And if you don't reproduce at all, your genetics are gone. And so it doesn't matter how beneficial your genetics are to your neighbor if you don't reproduce. That is a completely that to me to suggest that because it benefits my neighbor, it's it evolutionarily makes sense. Is to fundamentally it changes evolution into magic, because that's not how evolution works. You can't pass on genes through your neighbor's benefit. Now, the one thing you could argue is that once society has really become, you know, what like a modern linguistic society like we are, that maybe the stories of courageousness can be passed down, but we still have to have that innate belief that being courageous is good. And that seems to be pretty much a universal belief. Courageousness is seen as good pretty much 100% of the time. I don't know of any society where courageousness is seen as a bad thing. How do you justify God being the direct cause of David's wives being forcibly put upon by his son? Let's see. And I love this. I'm betting you'll ignore that you have pretty much all my other comments. I've read every comment you've left up to this point. So, yeah, that shows exactly how intellectually dishonest you are if you're still around. So, as far as David's sons, you're saying that do you have a, unfortunately, I know you left this a while ago. Let's see. Sons, or let's see, David's wives. By, I'm looking for the actual biblical event so I can look at what it says. Okay, so it looks like Second Samuel chapter 13. All right, so let's take a look because the thing is that I prefer if I'm going to talk about what's in the Bible to see what it actually says. All right. All right, and Aaron, son of David, fell in love with Tamar, the beautiful sister. Absalom, son of David, also became so obsessed with his sister, that Tamar, that he made himself ill. She was a virgin, seemed impossible for him to do anything for her. Now, man had his visor. Let's see, go to bed and pretend to be ill. And so Eman lay down, pretend to be ill. King came and said, I would like my sister Tamar to come. By the way, it looks like it was his sister, not his mother, but, whatever. They went, sent a word to Tamar at the palace, go in the house to your brother Eman, prepare some food for him. Tamar went to the house, send everyone out of here, and said, Tamar, bring the food here to my bedroom, let me eat your food, blah, 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 come to bed. Yeah, and then so basically, I'm just looking here, and perhaps I'm missing something that I'm miss that I didn't see, but it doesn't say that God made him do it. So that is unless you can tell me, and I know I probably won't get to it even if you do say something, but unless you can tell me a specific verse where it says, and God made him do it, I don't, it doesn't say God was a direct cause of David's daughter being put upon by his son. It was not his wife. At least if that's the person you're talking about. Maybe there's another incident that I'm not sure of. And obviously, I did not ignore your comment, but that's what it is. 3 words spelled incorrectly in the title. Okay, so that's not an argument for anything. That's just you making an observation about the title having misspelled words. I'm dyslexic, so I'm a terrible speller, but yeah. With that wasn't the point of the pill thing. Well, that wasn't the point of the pill thing. I'm not sure what that is. Why are you arguing a point that nobody made? I'm not sure what you're talking about. I thought it was. I wonder if that's Darren. I'll bet you that is. George Costanza, are you Darren? I think you are. I thought that was meant to be ironic or something. Was sitting here and listening to the fellow enjoy the musty smell of his own flatulence for the last 30 minutes. I don't know. Well, it is quite the, wonderful aroma. No, it's not what I believe. That's a straw man. I don't believe that there was nothing, then there was something, or that the universe popped into existence on its own. Also, the problem with this format is I have been giving contradictory arguments to your points, but you won't see them for another 15 minutes. Yeah, I know that is a problem because we have more people commenting than usual, and I apologize for that, Grayson. But I do find most of what you said to be very interesting. Unlike certain other people who are basically just being typical. Oh, by the way, they released 4-minute preview of Starfleet Academy. Can't wait. Oh well, maybe I'll watch that. And Darren says past experience. Not sure what you mean. Let's see. You don't have to be a chemist, physicist, etc. to understand the basics. Sure, but you do need to be an expert to make the huge logical leap from I don't know the mechanisms of how the universe started. Okay, Dog Waffles, if you know the mechanisms for how the universe started, you will win the Nobel Prize because I hate to be the one to tell you this, but at this point, Nobody is claiming to know. So, congratulations on your Nobel Prize. The vast majority of physicists believe the universe is eternal. The Big Bang isn't something coming from nothing. You're lying if you say that scientists think the Big Bang is something coming from nothing. No, I'm not saying that the Big Bang is simply saying that the universe started as a singularity and expanded outward. I do understand what the Big Bang is. The However, to suggest that the vast majority of physicists suggest that the universe is eternal, all right, well, that's if you want to believe that, great. Then in that case, the vast majority of physicists are believing a delusion because they believe that the universe just violated universal law because why not? Let's see. To therefore God. That's not what I said. But, I understand you want to simplify it down to that in order to try and make it sound like you have some kind of superior argument. But you're still not making an argument. All you're saying is you're not right, or you don't understand physics, or you don't know everything. And I'm not claiming to know everything. I never claimed any layer of expertise on any given subject. However, I would take a bone of contention to the idea that all physicists believe that the universe is eternal, but even that's irrelevant. Whether or not physicists, even if 100% of physicists agree that X is true, doesn't mean X is absolutely true. I mean, after all, 100% of physicists agreed on lots of things that aren't true now. That's just the natural evolving nature of science. And so consensus does not make fact. But my point, and I apologize since I did mention consensus earlier, I shouldn't have, but my point is that a eternal universe is logically incoherent. And so far, the only thing I've heard is, well, people believe it's true. That doesn't change the fact that it's logically incoherent. And I understand you can show math that has infinity in it to solve certain aspects of the problem, but the problem with that is that infinity isn't even a number. And infinity is a logical contradiction in of itself. That's if you want to claim infinity as a solution to anything, then that just shows that you don't understand the nature of infinity. And yes, there are physicists that try to claim infinity, and I think that those people don't understand what they're claiming, or they just don't care because their ideological beliefs are more important than their natural logical beliefs. Not being religious does not mean atheist. I didn't say it did. I don't know why you would think that I did say that. I never said not being religious means atheist. In fact, I said earlier that being a Christian isn't necessarily religious because being a Methodist or a Catholic is religious. Being a Christian is accepting Christ, which is not the same as being a Catholic or a Methodist. What is your favorite atheist argument? That's a tough one because I still haven't heard one as far as an argument for atheism. I think the problem of evil is an interesting one and it's effective against, like Calvinism and stuff. But therein runs the problem. Every argument I've heard from atheism is only effective against basically attacking very specific interpretations of very specific religions. I don't know of an actual atheist argument. I would guess the only atheist argument that I could even suggest as an actual argument is the lack of evidence argument. But the problem is that there is evidence. It's just that people don't want to recognize evidence as evidence. So if I had to pick a favorite atheist argument, it would be the lack of evidence argument, but even that falls very flat. Chuck Norris is the Chuck Norris movie Invasion USA a Christmas movie since it was set during Christmas time? No. What's funny is the wife and I were talking about watching Die Hard this Christmas. Chuck Norris did give everyone a great gift in that movie by stopping a foreign invasion. Well, he's Chuck Norris. You can claim the past eternal universe is logically absurd, but where is the logical contradiction? No logician or metaphysical philosopher has been able to show any to my knowledge. Yes, it's very, very simple. You cannot cross an actualized infinite. So if the universe existed an infinite amount of time, then the present could not exist. That's the philosophical and metaphysical problem that you run in with an eternal existing universe. And that if there is you at the very least you have to argue that time started a finite amount of time ago. If you don't, then you run into the infinite regress problem, which is that you cannot cross an infinite amount of time. Therefore, either today couldn't have happened yet, or the universe would have run out of energy and degraded into background radiation an infinite amount of time ago. Choose your poison. It doesn't really matter. The idea of an actualized infinite is a logical impossibility. In other words, you're making uneducated guesses. No. You know what? I'm still waiting to hear at least, I'll tell you what, Daryl, at least Grayson Hawk is making actual statements trying to argue. I mean, I know he's frustrated by the format, and I'm not going to be able to get to everything he said because, I'm so far behind. But, at least unlike you, he's trying to make real arguments as opposed to, at best, ad hominem, and at worst, just being a dick. Let's see. Foundationalism, infinism, and coherentism are the big three metaphysical camps, and I'm not aware of any argument favoring one over the others. Okay. Well, I offered you my argument. You know what? I don't care if you. And again, I'm not submitting an argument from authority, and so I don't care about arguments from authority. If you want to say that that the current philosophers out there have no problem with the existence of an infinite, that's fine. That just means they're all wrong, because it's still logically incoherent to suggest an actualized infinite. And if you can't see that, then I guess you lack the ability to think critically. God is a fantasy. Well, that's a powerful argument. Dude is straight up lying. I love when people get like this. They get angry and just resort to insult when just because they disagree with me. I understand that I'm not calling you a liar, even if I think that what you're saying is incorrect. Because I do know the difference between a lie and a non-factual believed statement. So, whatever. You want to be a dick about it, then please feel free to hit the door. Only the New Testament makes a claim of a virgin birth, but that comes from a misinterpretation of Isaiah due to New Testament authors using the Septuagint as their source and not the I can never pronounce that one. The Henratic text. That is okay. Hebrew. You meant the Hebrew text. I get you. All right. So that is something that people have said in the past. It's also one that's very easily debunked. The idea is that so the passage in Isaiah refers to a young woman as opposed to specifically a virgin, meaning a person who has not yet had sexual relations, without taking into account that that would, it's you're again applying presentism to an ancient text. because the term young woman didn't mean the same thing that the term young woman means in modern English. Meaning that if I say, oh, that young woman is walking down the street, today, I would be just indicating someone who is probably significantly younger than myself, right? That's what I mean when I say a young woman, a female of a chronological age significantly less than an old man like me, right? However, young woman had a very specific meaning to people 3,500 years ago that happened to be the Hebrews. A young woman was a person who was in fact untouched, because and it's funny because we even actually in some ways use it in a crass vernacular today, where, for example, I can't remember what the movie was now, but like some girl who was a virgin and she wanted to have sex with a dude, and she said, "Please make a woman out of me," right? As opposed to being a young woman. However, I get it that you want to say, well, since the phraseology is different, it's a misinterpretation. That's also similar to some people who try to suggest that the word for homosexuality in the Old Testament actually means pedophile, which is another one that is demonstrably false. However, you go ahead and believe that. I do, and I understand that that's what some people believe. That, but the problem is that that's actually looking for an ad hoc attack on something where there's no inherent conflict. Um, you know, the, Again, you're looking for trying to make it mean something different than it is. But again, that's not an argument for atheism. At best, that's just an argument suggesting that Mary's virgin birth wasn't necessarily foretold in Isaiah. The uncertainty principle is not just due to our epistemic limits or measuring devices as demonstrated by the test of Bell's inequality. On my channel, I mainly debate young earth creationists, but I do have debates where I argue for atheism, and I'd like to discuss the first mover cause argument with you. That would probably be the best one for us to talk about. And also, archaeological evidence for Christianity piqued my interest as well when you brought that up. Well, I do think it's interesting. Now, I'm not an expert on the archaeological evidence for Christianity. I've listened to people who are, and assuming what they're telling is the truth, I think that it is very interesting. And when I was researching Christianity versus other faiths, it did seem like there was a lot more archaeological and definitely a lot more manuscript evidence for Christianity than for pretty much any other faith. Let's see. The Hartle-Hawking model explains how space-time can transition into a form we have today without cause or prime mover. You should research it before we talk. It's been a while since I read up on that particular model. I I will tell you this, that I think that that the biggest problem that you come up with a lot of these is that you still have to you basically have to ignore causation, and instead you have to come up with, well, maybe the effect happens before the cause, or maybe the cause and the effect are simultaneous, or maybe and you come up with some interesting ideas doing that. And I don't remember exactly what the Hartle-Hawking proposal did, but the I will say that if you have no, basically, if you have a hypothesis but no evidence, then it's still just a hypothesis. At least, the idea that I'm stating is consistent with everything else we've seen in the universe. So if you're trying to say that, well, maybe the rules were different at one point, well, then I can just say the rules were different at some other point, and we can start coming up with all sorts of interesting ideas. But I'll take a look at it. All right, so peace out. It's 4 a.m. All right, buddy, you have a good one. But like the TOS episode with the cloud vampire, we learned that just a small grain of sand-sized antimatter particle is powerful enough to blow the planet's atmosphere away. Yeah, and you know what? I don't remember exactly. Man, it's funny. I watched that. I think they used an ounce, I want to say, of antimatter. Let's see. Let's see if I can find it here. Control line. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, so Kirk says antimatter seems our only possible. This is from the episode Obsession. Kirk says antimatter seems to be our only possibility. Spock says an ounce should be sufficient. We could drain it from the warp engines. So now, I don't know if you plug 1 ounce of antimatter into the E equals mc squared formula, if you get enough energy to dislodge half a planet's atmosphere, but that's at least what they said. Well, yeah, in Star Trek 3, the destruction of the Enterprise wasn't very powerful at all. Well, that's kind of. Now, I will say this is that there is actually an explanation for that. And that is, and unfortunately, we've never seen in on screen this, but in various books that are, I know, non-canonical, but they are official explanations, like by the Akutas and stuff, as to how the self-destruct process works. So the last thing Kirk does is offer the final destruct code, right? And in both the original series and in Star Trek 3, Kirk says that the final code is 000 destruct 0. And then we see the Enterprise, of course, blow up using basically explosive charges mounted throughout the hull for the specific purpose of self-destruction. However, there is another code Kirk could have used. If he had said 000 destruct 1, then that would flood the matter and antimatter containment and basically create a gigantic explosion that would destroy everything within, you know, a significant distance around the Enterprise. And unfortunately, they had an opportunity to use it, but they didn't. And that was in Star Trek The Motion Picture when Kirk ordered Scotty to prepare for self destruction in the event that they fail with V'ger. So the Enterprise would basically flood the matter and antimatter together and destroy V'ger. But we didn't actually see, he didn't put in the code 000 destruct 1. But that was the official explanation, is the code 000 destruct 0 is a safe detonation so that the matter and antimatter remain separate to prevent a catastrophic explosion. Let's see. Just like let that be last battlefield, we led to believe the destruction of the Enterprise would have been very powerful also. Well, that was the same code, though. That was the 000 destruct 0. So we only know that it would have destroyed the Enterprise. Circular, your conclusion is your premise. It's logical because it's logical. No, it's logically consistent because it doesn't violate the laws of logic. Now, I understand you want to call that circular reasoning because, yeah, it's logical because it's logical. Well, 2 plus 2 equals 4 is a logical statement because it's logical. But, that's just a simplification of, explaining the mathematics of it. You know that if you take 2 and you take 2 more, then you have 4 of something, right? And no matter where you are in the universe, this is where you get into relativity, 2 plus 2 equals 4, anywhere in the universe. And the same is also true at any time in the universe, 2 plus 2 equals 4. If that is not true, then relativity is false. But it's also kind of that means that if that's not true, if 2 plus 2 equals 4 is not true at any place and any time in the entire universe, then that means that, all bets are off. And so, if you want to suggest that the laws of logic were different at the beginning of the universe than they are now, that's perfectly okay. But that also means that me saying God and you saying a proposition put out by Stephen Hawking, neither has any more weight if you're going to throw out the idea of being logically consistent. If it's not logically consistent, it's not scientific, by the way, because one of the very cornerstones of science is for it to be logically consistent. That's why mathematics are used so heavily, particularly in physics. In physics, infinity is an indicator of the limitations of a model. That is true. Because if you use infinity, that means that we do not have a sufficient model. Grace says, okay, only just now got to the part where you addressed the Hartle-Hawking model for the first time. It's not proposing something comes from nothing, the boundary between two types of space-time. Okay, so again, not remembering the details on it because I haven't read on it in a long time. And I know if you're still around, because I'm trying to get caught up, I shouldn't still be here, but you've been so interesting. I would love to know how does space-time change state in the Hawking proposal, if you can give a very brief summary of it without me having to read all of it right now because I don't have time right now. Format of the stream is Q&A, should be labeled as such. Okay, fine, I'll remember that for the future. Cool story, bro. Needs more dragons. I'm out. Whatever. Let's see. And that, again, that's the frustrating thing is that if you're an atheist, don't get me wrong, I love talking to atheists. I really do. That's one of the reasons I've really actually enjoyed my conversation with Grace and Hawk and with Dog Waffles. However, when people come on and they say things like that, that's the kind of atheist. That's the reason that probably about 10 years ago, I gave up on debating this kind of stuff. I used to be really into debating this stuff, from 20 years ago to about 10 years ago on YouTube. But I got tired of basically the troll-based emotional, we'll just say intellectually lacking people that just want to throw an insult out without having any kind of real conversation. What makes you think Christians don't enjoy life? I do like that you think a life of partying and hedonism is your ideal life Christians deprive themselves of. Well, I mean, I'm trying to think of what it is. I asked you, what is it that Christians are depriving themselves of that's so terrible? Because is it that or is it something else? I mean, because if you're going to suggest that Christians are somehow not enjoy, I don't know if it was you or it was one of the others. I'm sorry, it was a while ago, but if you want to suggest that Christians are somehow missing out on life, and then at the end we're like, oh crap, we wasted our life. Well, then tell me, what is it that we're missing out on that you think is so great that that somehow we're ruining our life because we believe that there is in fact a God, and specifically the Christian God in that case. The insidious part of the atheist lifestyle, the insidious part of the Christian lifestyle is that you never face reality and learn to truly live this life like it's all you have. I disagree. Most Christians understand that you only get one shot at life as far as on this side of eternity. That's kind of how a lot of Christians like to praise it. And so what you do in this life absolutely matters. And I simply, I'm not and the funny thing is, I think that from an atheistic standpoint, you fall into nihilism, and I'm glad I'm not a nihilist. And Timok says, still searching for my spell checker. I assume that's another comment on misspelt words in my title because, you're so clever in insulting me. Obviously, another person doesn't know I'm dyslexic, or doesn't care. Not to mention all the evil they've done in the name of their delusion now and throughout history. You mean like all the evil done in the name of you know, everything else. In fact, the funny thing is, people say that like the vast majority of evils in the political world have been based on religion, when nothing could be further from the truth. The vast majority of evils in history have been done over resources. I understand that sometimes, yes, you have wars, you have the Crusades, right? And I'm not justifying the Crusades. You have the Salem witch trials, in which a total of like 12 people were executed. Now, is that a good thing? No. But it's not, this huge genocide of people in Salem, Massachusetts, right? However, you compare that to the various wars that are fought over territory and resources, which is the vast majority of all wars, right? And I'm not even getting into the idea that, the greatest genocidal maniacs in history were all atheists. That's not even relevant. What's relevant is that it's not being fought just over religion. Although you could argue that if an atheist, does that mean that if an atheist wages war, that's a religious war as well, or is it not? I don't know. But I'm sorry, but that's just a statement that's a delusion about history. Nick, Mr. HCI, says it simply could be a trait tied to social genetic factors that coincide with mating factors, also social and genetic. Are you talking about the heroic thing? So it could simply be a trait tied to social and genetic factors. Well, it would have to. The only thing that would make sense is if it was social in nature, as far as but you still run into the problem of why is it that we look at, so you have somebody that does something heroic and we all look at that person and say, man, what a great person. And that's like this instinctive thing that we all agree with. It's kind of interesting. Now, Christianity has an explanation for this. I can't speak for other major religions, but Christianity actually addresses that directly, as far as why is it universal even beyond the confines of Christianity and all that. But as far as the evolutionary aspect of it, it doesn't make sense. We should see society, because if it's simply based on a societal preference as opposed to a genetic factor, and it would have to be one or the other, because if it's genetic, then the problem you run into is that anybody that carries the trait that would admire that kind of behavior will be less likely to reproduce than someone that didn't, which means that the majority of people would not look at that as favorable. But if the if we're going to look at it from a societal thing, it wouldn't make sense, because groups of people that are far removed from each other, isolated from each other for thousands of years. So, for example, you have peoples in Africa, Europe, Asia, and the Americas that would all agree that courageousness is a great thing, that murder is bad. We all have a inherent sense of what is just and unjust, and it usually does not necessarily mean things that will allow me to reproduce. And in fact, most of us think that forced reproduction is, in fact, a terrible thing. So, given all that, it seems that, I mean, because honestly, shouldn't the vast majority of people think that forced reproduction is good? Because that would be the best way to ensure your genetic profile continues on, at least as far as men are concerned. But if you isolate all these people in different regions of the world, and yet they all have a commonality of morality, it seems like we should have some extremely different ideas of morality. Now, we do have some differences, but we have much more in common than we have differences. And most of the differences are things like, for example, even in the modern vernacular, like I would dare say that everybody, at least everybody that is human, would agree that killing an innocent baby is wrong. However, and yes, I know there are crazy people that would not agree with that, but the vast majority of people would say killing an innocent baby is wrong. However, what people will disagree on is what constitutes an innocent baby, right? Is a baby that hasn't been born yet an innocent baby, or is that just a clump of tissue, right? And so we'll have that debate, but we're not debating whether or not it's morally okay to murder your kid. We're debating on whether or not it's a kid until before it comes out. And that's a very different thing. And in fact, the reason we're having that debate is to morally justify what, abortion. In order to morally justify abortion, we have to acknowledge that that is not a person. Because if we say, and now again, I know there are exceptions, but for most people, if they say that is a person, and that you're killing a human being, then most people wouldn't do it, and most people would be opposed to it. So instead, what we do is we try to justify abortion by suggesting that's not a person, or to justify banning abortion by suggesting it is a person. I'm not trying to pick a fight in the abortion cause right now. I'm just saying that's why we have the argument there, as opposed to we're not arguing whether or not it's okay to murder your kids. Cowards don't have good genetic and social traits that reproduce as much as better people. I would disagree. Cowards would have a higher survival rate, particularly prior to modern civilization, because a coward would run away when they heard a lion. And that means the brave person would be more likely to get eaten by said lion, while the coward ran away and then managed to mate with the women that were not nearby. A person who has multiple children may have more reason to sacrifice. If you're talking, well, that's so. If you're talking about maternal and paternal instinct, I think that's a little different. And I'm not arguing for maternal or paternal instinct. I'm arguing about someone who was willing to sacrifice themselves for the good of others, even when they don't have a direct benefit. That's what we consider the most courageous thing at all, of all. It's very easy to have many children before sacrificing yourself. Well, I wouldn't say it's very easy. It's possible. If you want it read immediately, feel free to send a super chat. Oh, if you want it read immediately, feel free to send a super chat. That's funny. That would be nice if people would super chat, but yeah, and not hold my breath. The vast majority of physicists are believing a delusion. I said, if the vast majority of physicists believe in an actualized infinite, that yes. I mean, look, if the vast majority of the psychiatric field believes that you thinking that if I want to say I think I'm a woman, that I'm a woman, well, that's a delusion. I'm sorry. In fact, that's classically a delusion. And the problem is that, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying transsexualism isn't a real thing. I'm not saying body dysmorphia isn't a real thing. But to pretend that it's anything other than a form of delusion is in and of itself a delusion. Because clearly it's not. Just because you want to be something you're not doesn't change what you are. But there are people, and in a large portion of the scientific community, as far as psychiatric community, they will argue to their dying breath that if you believe that you are a different gender than what you are assigned at birth, like doctors are sitting there saying, we don't have enough men, let's assign a few more men. That's whatever. You're observed to be, you're not assigned a gender. But at any rate, and then people say, well, gender is not the same as sex. Yeah, for the last 20 years, that's been an argument. But prior to that, for the entirety of human civilization, that hasn't been an argument. But whatever. And please spare me the two-spirit thing from some obscure Native American culture. I'm just saying that people, in fact, it's kind of funny because I will agree with the prominent atheist Richard Dawkins, who clearly, he says, look, sex is a binary. And people that want to deny that are clearly being delusional. But just because the majority of psychiatrists believe that doesn't change the fact that that belief is a delusion. I'm not claiming to be an expert in physics. I'm out, dude. I subbed, and I'll keep an eye out for those one-on-one debates, but I'm not going to hold my breath. Okay, well, if you're gone already, that's too bad, but, I understand that, you want to, I didn't, I get that you don't like the idea that if I say, hey, if the majority of a community believes something that's incorrect, that's a delusion. I'm sorry, and yes, am I stating with absolute certainty that believing that the universe can violate the laws of logic is delusional? Yes, and I will stick by that. You know, and I understand you don't like it, but that doesn't change to quote Richard Dawkins, just because you don't like it doesn't mean it's not true. Surely the distinct lack of evidence for any deity is reason enough to be an atheist. Well, we kind of talked about that earlier. You missed it, but there is evidence for a deity. The problem is that most atheists won't recognize the evidence for what it is, or they think that they confuse the term evidence with proof. You can't prove the existence or non-existence of a deity. That's true. But you can look at what evidence there is, such as the nature of the universe itself and cosmology, which I think that's why I think that the first cause argument is such a compelling one. And the problem is that a lot of people simply want to ignore that and instead just go, well, God, needs to show up in my living room and write my name in a pillar of fire in order for me to believe it's true. But I would dare say that if God showed up in your living room and wrote your name in a pillar of fire, that you would be convinced, or at least you should be convinced, that you're having some kind of schizophrenic episode. I think that I don't think that there's such a thing as evidence that would ever work for the committed atheist. I'm simply saying that there is some evidence for the existence of God, and there is no evidence for the non-existence of God. The best we can do is come up with hypotheses that speculate ideas that have zero evidence to support them in order to say that the universe doesn't have to have a God. But the problem is, in order for these hypotheses to be true, we have to throw out a logically consistent universe, which I'm not willing to do. Speaking of RoboCop, was he alive and sentient or just following programming? That's an interesting question because RoboCop, of course, still had a human brain, but it was being carefully controlled by, ICP. But I would dare say that at least he had the potential for sentience because he still had his original human being, and we saw, of course, later in the story that he remembered his actual memories. Street Preacher Mike saying bye to Dog Waffle. Oh, and then Dog Waffles says, oh, okay, so I'm running it in the background. I heard you justify saying physicists are delusional by saying psychologists are delusional. Gotcha. So you're just a science denier. No. Maybe you weren't completely pay attention to what I said, but what I said is that it doesn't matter what area of expertise a group of people happens to be. If they believe something that is demonstrably false, then that's a delusion. And just because we tend to elevate those in the scientific community higher than others because of the fact that they're members of the scientific community, while forgetting that they're also fallible human beings, doesn't change the fact that they sometimes believe things that are wrong. The scientific community has believed many things that are wrong over the ages, and the beauty of science is that eventually, sometimes too slowly, it self-corrects. The scientific community used to be completely in a consensus that the Earth was the center of the universe. Copernicus and Galileo changed that. And the people believed completely in the Newtonian model of motion. And Einstein eventually changed that. Now, it was really more of a modification of, things that had already come, but you get the idea. We used to believe that physics was the same for the largest and the smallest, but then, quantum mechanics comes along, and that changed our belief on that. Now, and I'm sure that, the funny thing is that 2, 3, 4, 500 years from now, we'll probably look at, relativity and quantum mechanics the same way that some people today look at flat Earth or helios or geocentric models of the universe, right? Because science, the beauty of it, it's always trying to get closer to God, interestingly enough. That's what I think is kind of funny, is that if we look at the principal creators of science, they were inspired by God and his creation to try to learn more about it because they felt in understanding how the creation worked was to understand the creator a little bit better. Now, we try to say, oh, the creator doesn't exist because I understand the creation, which is, in my opinion, absolutely stupid. The idea that, for example, if I look at, say, that mask I made of Doctor Doom right there, right? So, and I look at the brush strokes of the paint on the mask, and I look at the method of 3D printing that was used to actually create the mask and all that, and I can say, you know what? I understand the chemistry of PLA plastic. I understand the chemistry of paints and how that works. I understand the rules of aesthetics and everything and how all that works. And therefore, nobody created that. Well, that's stupid, right? If you look at a painting, understanding how paint works doesn't mean the painter didn't exist. If you understand how internal combustion engines work, it doesn't mean that Henry Ford didn't exist, right? It just means that you understand the process that Henry Ford used. Or you might understand the process that I used to create the Doctor Doom mask, right? And the idea, especially for a lot of people in early science, like Newton, was to get closer to God by understanding his work. And and I'm not saying you have to be a theist to be a good scientist, but I just think it's hilarious that today people take that same idea that, oh, we understand this process, therefore no God, as opposed, it's to me laughably hilarious that two people will look at the exact same thing, and one says, oh yeah, this is just shows me how wonderful God is, and this shows me that God doesn't exist, and we're looking at the same thing. I just think that's kind of funny. However, no matter what group of people you happen to be in, whether you're a physicist, whether you are a biologist, or you're if you're a theologist, if you're a philosopher, if you are a psychologist, it doesn't matter. If you believe something that is untrue, it's still untrue, no matter what letters you have coming after your name or what degrees you may hold. And if a class of people, such as people who are PhDs in psychology, or people who are PhDs in cosmology or whatever, if they happen to have a consensus that is wrong, then it's still wrong. And the reason I would call it delusional, because delusion has a very specific meaning. Delusion is to believe something despite evidence to the contrary, right? That's why, Dawkins famously called his book The God Delusion, ironically, without really showing that God was a delusion. But and that's the funny, because remember, to say that something is a delusion is to believe something despite evidence to the contrary. So to believe in the existence of God, to call that a delusion means that you would have to have evidence that God doesn't exist, which there isn't any. But if you believe that the universe at some point, the physical laws were different enough so that you can do things that you can't do today, right? Okay, but all the evidence shows that relativity, meaning, and a lot of people don't understand this, but the basics of special relativity is just that the laws of physics are the same for everyone and every when. And so, if that's true, or if you want to believe that that's not true, fine, you can throw it out, but all the evidence indicates that it is true. And so I'm going to say that's a delusion. I'm going to say it's a delusion to suggest that the universe isn't what it appears to be. Just because you might have a mathematical equation that you don't that doesn't line up with reality. Anyway, sorry for the long-winded thing. I'm going to wrap up in just a moment here. Josiah's out of the country. Well, I hope you're enjoying yourself. Wile E. Coyote versus Elmer Fudd. Well, Elmer Fudd's got a gun, so I'd give it to him. Cat in the Hat versus Pee Wee Herman. Definitely Cat in the Hat. He has a magical hat, and Pee Wee Herman just has a cool bike. I also have anger problems. Oh, lots of people do. And it's not a crime to have anger problems. It's just a crime but if you have anger problems, best not to engage in debate. I mean, I get it. It's easy to get angry sometimes, especially when people just randomly throw insults out like some people have in this. It's very easy to get angry. But if you're easily angered, then yeah, you should probably not debate. If the God of the Bible exists, it's evil. Hating God allowed me to look at the Christian dogma without the cognitive dissonance of faith. Okay, then if you genuinely believe that, then you probably believed a form of Christianity that was distinctly anti-Christian. And I'm not saying that there aren't Christians that believe horrible things, but the problem is that there are certain groups within Christianity that propagate terrible ideas that are just, I would call them just as delusional as I would call a psychiatrist that believes that you can change gender with a thought. So, I think that you need to look at the Bible and what it actually says. So, for example, nowhere in the Bible does it say that in order to be saved, you have to speak in tongues. And yet there are whole denominations that believe that if you don't speak in tongues, you ain't saved, right? So, yeah. How does evolution get closer to God? It's the idea of understanding the fundamentals of life. To understand, I think that, yeah, what was it that I can't remember the guy's name, the guy that was in charge of the Genome Project, who was a Christian, of course, but he's talking about how DNA is the written language of God. The idea is to understand how God's creative forces work. We call it a natural process, but it's still interesting to look at and to learn more about. And in getting closer to God, it means like the more we learn about everything, the more layers we uncover, the closer we get to whatever the ultimate truth underneath it all is. Now, if that ultimate truth is that there's nothing, that's fine. I'd rather know that than to continue believing that there's God when it's not true. However, I don't think that that's where the evidence is pointing. I think that the deeper we peel the onion, the more apparent it becomes that someone planted that onion. The house of cards simply fell away. Again, I don't know what you're talking about. If you want to talk in vague generalities about how Christianity sucks, take it somewhere else. If you have something specific, please tell me. One of my problems with Christianity is that it's universal. Don't quite understand how that's a problem, or maybe I'm misunderstanding what you mean by that. And then I'll keep thinking I'll come back as another person. I keep thinking I'll come back as another person. Well, that's obviously not Christianity, but yeah. You say you gave up talking to atheists because they want to throw out insults without conversation. So your solution to this is the QA format where you get to address people's points for 10 minutes at a pop. Well, you know what? I the back in the old days, we didn't really have live streams. We usually did things through videos and response videos. But at the same time, it became tiring when the response videos were basically atheists who would just more or less spend their time mocking and making fun of theists instead of actually engaging whatever arguments they may make. Now, granted, there's plenty of things you can say about young Earth creationism that I would probably agree with you on, but but mocking the young Earth creationist is not what I'm going to do. That in order to respond, we have to do it 30 minutes after our point, and we only get limited characters in a single comment. Well, I'm sorry that that's the way that YouTube does it. I don't have control over their format. I can't make it so that your comments can be longer. I think you're a bit full of it if you want people to believe you can debate an intelligent atheist one-on-one. Okay. I'm sorry that you feel that way. I'll tell you, I've won some debates. I've lost some debates. Like I got my clock cleaned by Dillahunty once. We had a really interesting debate a few years back. But I was unprepared for it. I didn't, I never met the guy, didn't know anything about him. And it was an interesting discussion, but at the same time, he kept going in different directions that was not the subject matter that we were talking about. And of course, like many good atheists, he had his preset answers that I didn't already have a preset answer to his preset answer, which those kind of debates are kind of tiring anyway. Let's see. Not exactly trying to be a dick, but like most religious talk channels, you're not actually engaging with the people who would talk to you. Dog Waffles, there are 2 comments left. I have read every single comment that has come up for the last 5 hours and 4 minutes and 44 seconds. I don't know what you want from me, but you know what? I have answered everything that was thrown at me. Now, you may not like my answer to everything. You may not like that there's a delay between questions and answers. I get that. But to suggest that I'm not engaging is in itself a disingenuous comment. I'm sorry. You say you're worried about them going off with vulgarity, but that's obviously a cop-out, at least be honest. No, I didn't say vulgarity. I said things that would get my channel in trouble. I don't, you know what, if you say the F word, I'm not some guy that's going to cover my ears and say, oh my gosh, I can't believe you say the naughty word, dirty word. I was in the military. I've heard every word there is to hear, and I'm not easily offended. The reason is because of people doing things like, I would have someone, I bring them up onto the thing, and as soon as they come up, they switch their video feed with porn because they're just purposely trying to get the channel banned by the YouTube algorithm. And stuff like that. I'm sorry. It's not worth me going through the hassle of taking someone that I don't know and having them come up on the channel. It has nothing to do with you as a person or with anybody else that I've talked to. It's the simple fact that I'm not interested in putting myself at risk like that. Now, if I get to know you, if you show up on a few live streams, we have these conversations, then maybe one time we'll do it. But for right now, I'm sorry. Yeah, I've been burned one too many times. And I get it. You don't like it because it means that we're stuck in this format. Well, that's the format YouTube gave us. Are you a precept? I assume you mean a presuppositionalist, the kind of people that basically just argue like I don't the presuppositionalist arguments. I find to be extremely lacking because they're not even really arguments. They're just basically they reassert over and over and over how, like, oh well, you're wrong, or oh, you believe in your heart that there's a God, you just won't admit it, stuff like that, right? No, that's not me. I am, and Richard, since I assume you're new to the channel, I am a non-sectarian Christ follower. And when I say that, I do attend a church, but I do not subscribe to any set of church doctrines. I will read church doctrines, and some I agree with, some I disagree with, but I'm not going to say, oh, well, I'm going to become a member of the United Methodist Church or the Southern Baptist Convention or the Catholic Church or whatever, because I found that almost every church that, if you thoroughly examine them, will have various doctrines that run contradictory to Scripture, or sometimes they're just things that are not particularly biblical. Sometimes there are things that are downright antichrist. So depending on the church, and so if it's not in the Bible as far as that's concerned, I don't take it as being something that, as a Christian, I should take as the inspired word. That being said, I know that there are some people, I do not have a problem with the current canonization of Scripture. However, is it possible that there are other books that should be included in the canon? It's possible, but most of the ones that people throw out there, like the Gospel of Thomas or the Gospel of Judas or the Gospel of Jesus' wife, are usually either forgeries or clearly not congruent with the existing gospels, so and as far as the Old Testament canon, that's been canonized for centuries before Christianity even came along. And so I will take the Jews that they got the Old Testament pretty much down. In response to Dog Waffle's earlier comment about living life as one sees fit, take the tragic fate and death of the pro boxer Tommy Morrison, died at the age of 44 from HIV. Like he was in his 70s when he died. He was a boxer. He was the boxer in Rocky V. He was also two-time heavyweight boxing champion. Okay. But I'm not sure what your point about him specifically is. It'd be funny if young Michael got into a pitchfork fight. If you say so. And boxer versus clown, well, I would generally pick the boxer over a clown. But that's just me. All right, so I am going to wrap it up there. I do say, thank you, Dog Waffles, for sticking it out. I do appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know if you're still around, Grayson Hawk, but I think he said he left a while ago. But Grayson Hawk was some really interesting stuff. And I did thoroughly enjoy some of your challenges, even if you feel like I was overly dismissive. I'm sorry, I don't mean to come across as a dick, but sometimes I just kind of do. That's always been a problem of mine. So yeah. All that being said, I still and the whole point of the title of this live stream, I have still not heard an argument for atheism. I've only heard arguments of in opposition to specific theistic concepts. And the problem with that is that any one theistic concept, even if disproven, is not an argument for atheism. It's simply an argument against, say, if you want to say an omnibenevolent God, if you want to bring up the problem of evil, even though I think really it only works if you take free will out of the equation, or a anti-scientific regime if you want to talk about young earth creationism. But again, most Christians are not young earth creationists, and most young earth creationists are not Christians. So you're talking, it's not an atheistic argument. It's simply an anti-young earther or an anti Calvinist or whatever. I would love to find the true argument for atheism. And of course, if you're still searching for an argument, then logic hasn't failed you. Your inquiry has. Well, I would say this. I don't. The reason I think I haven't found an argument for atheism is I don't think there is